We're now live in Council Chamber. Before we begin, I'll go over the emergency response plan for this room. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery take directions from security to evacuate. Council takes direction from the meeting clerk to evacuate. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell, take the stairs to the ground level, and evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit, and go to the muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security or the meeting clerk during the evacuation. Finally, please speak with security or the meeting clerk if you require first aid. Thank you.
Good morning. I will now call the June 24th, 2024 meeting of Utility Committee to order by first acknowledging that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors have marked this territory for centuries, such as the Cree, the Dene, the Saulteaux, the Blackfoot, the Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. Start with a roll call of committee members. Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Jantz.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Good morning. We're also joined by Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
Councillor Wright. Good morning. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
I think that's it for now. We'll see if others join us. I would take a motion to adopt the agenda, and I'd like to speak to it if I could.
So moved.
Thank you. Boy, that sounded oddly like a coyote for a moment there, in my ears anyway. Just going to speak really clearly. I think we can expect downtown to get pretty log jam by about mid-afternoon, about 3 o'clock. So I don't want to do any changing of the orders or anything yet, but it's not just us at this table. Our staff, our clerks, and a lot of admin people that are tuning in, whether they're big fans of the hockey or not, might want to be able to get home at some point today. So I would like to see if we can't finish this by mid-afternoon at the latest. That's going to be my objective, just to be absolutely transparent about it. I'm not leaving until sometime around midnight. It's not just for me, but there's a lot of other people that are either interested or not, but want to be able to get home. And so I just want to, I've talked to the folks from EPCOR and the folks from admin. So I just ask that we are crisp. I had a boss that once told me that I should be bright, be brief, and be gone. And so I'd like us to emulate that today, if we could. Thank you. Well, it might be deferring it. It may get postponed, but we'll get that. We'll get to it when we get to it. Okay, so please vote on adoption of the agenda.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jentz.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. Adoption of the minutes. Take a motion.
I'll move adoption of the minutes, or approval of the minutes from the May 6, 2024 Utility Committee meeting.
Thank you. Please vote on adoption of the minutes.
Sorry, Councillor Stevenson is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. Clerk saying I've neglected to have the addition in terms of adoption of the agenda, the addition of 7.5. Do we need to redo that?
No, it's okay. As long as we can, if you don't mind just reading it to the record.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just note that adoption of the agenda includes item 7.5, Blatchford Renewable Energy Utility Fiscal Policy C597A amendment. Thank you. All right. Protocol items. I think I've said enough. Selection of items for debate. I'm not aware of a protocol item.
I believe there is a protocol item for Councillor Paquette, but he is not here. So if another councillor wants to do on his behalf.
Yes, thank you. I'm I'd like to start this meeting by taking a moment to recognize that June has been ALS Awareness Month across Canada. ALS is a terminal disease of progressive paralysis that eventually leads to the loss of the ability to move, speak, and breathe. It can progress quickly. 4 out of 5 people die within 2 to 5 years of their diagnosis. The cause of this disease is unknown, and there's currently no known cure or treatment that meaningfully prolongs life. Approximately 3,000 Canadians live with ALS, and 2 to 3 of them die every day due to this disease. While a diagnosis is almost always terminal, there are many Canadians working to find a cure and treatment, as well as those who are trying to make life better for those living with ALS. The ALS Society of Alberta is one such organization. Their mission is to make each day the best possible day for people living with and affected by ALS. Funds they raise go to providing those with ALS specialized equipment to help make their lives easier, facilitating care between patients and healthcare professionals, and helping search for a cure. They organize a number of fundraising events throughout the year, including runs, walks, and bike rides. Adam Roburg was a Ward Dene resident who was diagnosed with ALS in 2017 and died 18 months later at age 34. Adam spent his last months living his life to the fullest, and that included raising as much awareness for ALS as possible. His friends and family have continued his legacy by working with a local brewery to create a beer in his honor. Each June, all proceeds go to the ALS Society of Alberta. I'd like to thank the ALS Society of Alberta for everything they do and encourage Edmontonians to learn about how they can support their neighbours living with ALS by visiting alsab.ca. On a personal note for myself as well, I know that having a family friend with ALS, knowing that it impacts the whole community, so just sending my thoughts to everyone who has a loved one in their life with ALS, and really pleased that the Society can support all of them as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Are there any other protocol items? Very good. Selection of items for debate. Please sign up. I will select items 7.4 and 7.5. Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you. I just had quick questions on 7.1 and 7.2.
Thank you. Councillor Tang?
And 7.3.
Any other selections? Just giving it a beat. Okay, I'll take a motion to move all other items.
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Please vote. Oh, pardon me, Councillor Jantz?
Was just confirming that Mr. Beckett didn't want 7.7 about the rate filing.
Good without it.
Okay.
Yeah. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Clerk Zhang, could you please summarize what we've done so far today?
Thank you, Chair Carmel. This morning, Utility Committee has passed the recommendations to the following reports without debate. Item 7.6, Waste Services Fiscal Policy Update, and item 7.7, Waste Services Future Multi-Year Rate Filing.
Great, thank you. Requests to speak.
I'm happy to move that Utility Committee hear from the following speakers in panels when appropriate for items 7.4 and 7.5, because they're cross-referenced. We have John Clark from Niche Development Corporation in person, David Dodge, Energy Transition Climate Resilience Advisory Committee remote, and Thomas Barr in person.
Thank you. Please vote on hearing from those speakers.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Requests for specific time on the agenda. I'm not aware of any. I'll just take them in order. Councillor inquiries? Any councillor inquiries today? Very good. That takes us then to item 7.1. Invite our delegation to come forward from EPCOR.
Okay, thank you, and good morning, everyone. So we're here to talk to you about 3 topics related to our performance-based rate application today. We will start with our performance-based regulation application update, and with me is Martin Kennedy, our Director of Communications and Engagement, and Saqib Chaudhary, our Director of Regulatory.
Good morning. The purpose of our presentation this morning is to provide a brief update on the status of our PBR application, as well as provide Utility Committee with an update on our community engagement. So if we could go to the next slide, please. So to kick off our presentation, we've included this graphic here which depicts the various EPCOR Water Services utilities. And the purpose of this graphic is to focus the attention on what's reflected in our regulatory application, which was recently filed. And more specifically, that relates to the wastewater services utilities. So that includes the wastewater collection, the wastewater treatment, as well as the stormwater and the Gold Bar wastewater treatment plant. In the interest of time, I won't spend too much time on this slide, but it's here just to set context in terms of what's reflected in the current PBR application. Next slide, please. And this slide here just details a brief timeline. I think Utility Committee has seen a version of this recently. So just to bring Utility Committee up to speed, we filed our application on May 31st. It's currently in the process of being reviewed by the city administration, as well as the city administration has engaged a consultant, and so we're collaborating with them in terms of the review. We've already started the process in terms of answering questions, providing clarification. The intention is that any questions from the city as well as from the members of the public, EPCOR will provide responses in the first week of August. And in addition to that, the city is currently working on its report on our application, and we will be preparing a response to the city's report once that's provided. Ultimately, this will culminate in a public hearing that's scheduled for October 11th, and assuming we're able to go through the entire review process on October 11th, that'll allow us an opportunity to file a compliance filing in November, and move to first, second, and third reading by council, and ultimately have rates in effect for April 1st, 2025. And that's important as our current PBR rates will expire March 31st, 2025. And with that, I was going to turn it over to Martin to discuss the activities related to our customer engagement.
Good morning. Thanks, Saqib. Good morning, everyone. If we can, yes, go to the next slide, please. Objectives for engagement. So yes, along with updating you on the review and decision process for the PBR applications, I want to summarize how we've worked to reflect the perspectives of customers and the public in the applications, and the ways Edmontonians can continue to be involved in the review process. The full report on stakeholder engagement is found in Appendix H of the PBR application. This will be part of our presentation at the October public hearing, and there will be an opportunity to ask questions about it during the hearing itself. So today really is a preview of that opportunity. As this slide indicates, the engagement process is about more than the application itself. It's part of an ongoing dialogue with customers that informs planning, the design of capital investments, and our operating programs. I would say that overall, the engagement specific to the application was conducted at an advised level, although there are certain topics in the application where I would say the use of public input rose to the refined level. I just wouldn't, because of that, characterize the whole process at that level. And I'll speak to some of those shortly. If we go to the next slide, please. The most recent PBR application was made in 2021. That application covered all three of the water cycle utilities: water, wastewater collection, and wastewater treatment. The approach to engagement this time was only two of the three. And specific to wastewater, it was scaled and matched to the focus of this particular set of applications. So for 2024, a broad variety of stakeholders were provided the opportunity to inform policy choices, priority setting for operation and capital programs, share their views on balancing system performance and reliability against rate pressures, as well as specific topics in the application, such as whether or not to use deferral accounts in the future. We used a statistically representative survey instrument in this process to also ensure customers' perspectives were received from all customers of all backgrounds and demographics, and not overweighted to those who would find this particular topic engaging or exciting. I know not everyone does. We also tried our best through that survey design to eliminate as much jargon as we could and get at values and interests, and then do the interpretation to try to apply those to the topics specific in the application. And we know that residential and commercial customers have distinct interests, as do property developers and managers and many other constituencies, and that residents near the Gold Bar wastewater treatment plant have a strong interest in ongoing engagement and how the facility is operated as well, and what plans are in this application for the future of that facility. And the engagement process included participation from all those groups. And I would also say the formal input process specific to this application is sitting inside of a much larger continuous process of engagement. Some people, are engaged in this particular topic, but there is extensive public and Indigenous engagement around many of our capital projects inside these utilities. And the results of the engagement are reflected in the capital project plans that are in the application. It just doesn't form part of the PBR process on a standalone basis. And where the application or its outcomes would impact a specific group of customers, which we'll address in one of the upcoming presentations on stormwater billing, there will be further outreach to those customers to make sure they are informed in advance of the potential for impacts, how those impacts could be mitigated by stormwater management practices on their properties, and how they can participate in the decision-making process so you receive the benefit of their perspectives as well as ours receiving them. Next slide, please. I'll highlight 4 ways that customer perspectives are reflected in the PBR applications that will be in front of you this fall. The first was in our effort to balance the need for ongoing investments in utility reliability with the need for affordable rates. Across the customer categories we engaged with, residential, multi-residential, commercial, the costs of utility services have elevated significantly in priority compared to the last application in 2021. While cost is now ranked as the highest ranked priority for customers, most residential customers, about 62%, supported slightly higher investments in the utility to deliver long-term efficiencies, reduced flood risk, and improved reliability, versus those who supported a status quo level of investment that was about 30%, and only 8% would have been comfortable reducing investments in reliability in the capital program. Commercial customers had very similar preferences. Being mindful of costs for our customers, the PBR applications together deliver an average annual bill change of 2.9% for residential customers and 1.1% for commercial customers for the next 3 years, well below recent inflation levels, and it does this while delivering ongoing infrastructure investments of $887 million targeted at reliability and the build-out of utility services for our growing population. Another area where you can see customer preferences reflected is in the proposed adjustments to the performance measures that are used to hold the utility accountable. When asked about the utility performance that's most important to them for the wastewater collection and treatment utilities, residential customers identified reducing contamination in treated water going back into the river and quick response times for issues such as blocked sewers or emergencies. Those were among their top priorities. A wide range of factors were identified as second, third, or fourth tier priorities, including safety, odor reduction, reducing flood risk, and reducing our environmental footprint. There are 4 categories that are critical to overall performance and that the performance measures are structured into: customer service, system reliability and optimization, wastewater quality and environment, and safety. And so for the upcoming 2025 to 2027 term, we have proposed to replace some of the historical wastewater collection measures with new measures that provide an increased focus on customer service, because these were identified as important by our customers through the PBR engagement. The full list of measures and definitions can be found in Section 22 of the PBR application. The next slide, please. The third way public input was reflected in our approach was on the issue of deferral accounts. Overwhelmingly, residential and commercial customers indicated that they prefer the utility hold and manage seasonal surpluses to offset seasonal deficits to keep their bills stable and predictable over time, rather than having large true-ups that create either bill increases or credits. Deferral accounts, as you know, were introduced for the first time in the last PBR application as a way of managing the significant uncertainty that existed at that time in making water volume projections during the pandemic recovery period. But deferral accounts can result in true-ups that make bills more volatile due to catch-ups or credits being applied. The current PBR application recommends eliminating deferral accounts for the coming PBR and returning to the traditional model to align with the customer preference for more stable and predictable billing. The topic is addressed in full in the application and in a separate report, so I will try to keep things crisp and leave it there today. And then finally, the fourth way public input was reflected was in the approach to flood protection program design. As we prepared the application and building on the approach that's been used for the last few years in the Stormwater Integrated Resource Plan, our approach to building the flood protection program included 2 themes that we thought it was very important to seek input on and test public opinion about. The first was a continued and growing focus on targeting the highest risk areas of the city for flood protection investments. The second was expanding financial support for individual homeowners to help them make changes to their properties that would both reduce their own flood risk and reduce the need for utility investments in community infrastructure. We wanted to know how customers felt about both these approaches and if they were comfortable still with utility investments on private property. We found high levels of support, 82%, for investments in flood prevention being targeted to higher risk areas. We also found majority support, 62%, for the utilities providing financial support to individual homeowners to help them make changes to their properties that reduce flood risk both on their property and in the community. That gave us comfort that the approach had reasonably strong customer support, although one that would require ongoing communication and certainly an emphasis on the access by all customers to these programs, and it would be an appropriate use of ratepayer dollars in the application. Next slide. I'll close on the ongoing pathway for public communication and participation between now and the fall public hearing. First, there is, of course, the formal regulatory process and the information available online. The full PBR application has been posted, and we have published the required notices and are promoting awareness of the application online. As Sakib noted, any individual can participate in the formal review by filing their comments with the city for consideration during the process. They can file a formal question as well, known as an information request, or IR, for EPCOR to respond to. There's a deadline for that formal part of the process, and EPCOR is required to respond to every information request in writing. But we know that reading the actual application is a high bar for many of us, and many customers may want to provide feedback but not actually file a formal information request. So we did 2 things to address that. We published what we call a reader's guide online. It provides a summary of the applications and the key topics that are considered. It includes an overview of the proposed capital and operating plans for the next 3 years and an overview of the regulatory process. It's a great first source of information on the PBR. For many, it may also be the entire source of an overview of the PBR if they don't look at the application itself. Second, we have a pathway online where customers can send feedback to EPCOR for consideration as we approach the fall hearing. To be clear, information requests should be submitted through the formal process so that they're captured by that and responded to in writing. But if customers just want to flag something for us to consider or start a conversation about an issue specific to them or their property, there's an easy way to get information to us or have that dialogue outside of the formal regulatory proceeding. And at the actual public hearing in October, any member of the public can register to participate, whether they filed an information request or not. And if we encounter customers over the summer and early fall who have any concerns with the approaches we propose in the applications, we will be certain to let them know about their right to appear in front of Utility Committee as part of the public hearing so their voice can be heard there. I'll close and turn things back to the chair. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your presentation. We'll go next to Mr. Beckett for your comments, sir, on this.
I noted from the presentation on the section about bill stability without deferral accounts, and I was wondering if customers, the public who replied to that particular question, were given the framework that overall costs might be lower with deferral accounts due to a lower rate of return or equity thickness or other mechanisms in the regulatory process.
I will pull up the actual questions. They're actually in the attachments to Appendix H, the PBR. I'll just need, I'd need a minute to find the page reference. But what we did in general terms was, first of all, we didn't use the actual jargon of deferral accounts and the specific terms for the process, but we did make it clear that it could be either to their benefit or not, that there could be surpluses that could be returned, or that there could be amounts owing through the use of a mechanism like this, so without prejudicing that it was more likely one way or the other. It was simply the possibility that there could be a return of funds or a true-up bill. So I think we aim to present that as neutrally and fairly as possible to find out which customers really would prefer. And I think in making clear that it could involve a return of funds, I think that made it reasonably clear that there could certainly be a scenario where it would be to their benefit where they'd be getting that back. So I will find the exact page reference, but hopefully that gives it a general sense.
Well, actually, I think that's fine. It sounds to me like the answer to the question is no. Customers were not aware that there might be other mechanisms at play if deferral accounts exist that would lead to overall lower costs.
So why don't we leave it there for the moment, and we'll go to questions of council to EPCOR. And we'll start with Councillor Stevenson.
Sure, thank you. Happy to come back to that question as well. Overall, though, really appreciate the work that's happened. I think the statistically significant survey is great. Focusing on values and interests seems like a really great way to get feedback on what is quite complicated and technical. I was just wondering if there was any disaggregation of the results, either by location, geography, or demographics. Often that can pull out something that may not be on the majority of people's minds, but very important for a certain subset.
Yes, we do have the benefit of demographic breakouts. I know on the higher level questions, we also had the benefit of, I think, not literally by quadrant, I think the city was divided into 5 zones by postal code. We didn't find on the central questions really material differences by geography. I would say that less on demographics, more that I would say more that there's obviously some significant differences between commercial customer perspectives and residential customer perspectives on specific issues. That naturally reflects the different nature of their billing, their different exposure to some of the issues. So I think you'll find that in the appendix where the sort of the full research reports are attached in the application. And again, we'll also have an opportunity to get into that significantly in the public hearing process as well.
Perfect. Yeah, I think having that analysis just in terms of any significant variances from the average by those groups is very, very helpful. I'm thinking of that, what tweaked for me is odor continues to be an issue in some of the areas that I represent, but I noticed that didn't come through as one of the higher ones. But I appreciate there's a balance too of considering all ratepayers' preferences.
And odor certainly ranked higher in 2021, and I'd say also in the spot reporting of odor that we track around the city, it has seen a decline in areas where work has been performed or areas that benefit from where work is performed, not always exactly the same geography. It's still there. It still forms in the Gold Bar capital plan in the application, a significant focus of investment is on odor reduction. So I'd also say it's a large, complex set of utilities, and even though some of these things are ranked lower, overall in the results, they're not unaddressed in the application. There are still investments attached to that.
Yeah, and that's an excellent point, and I think you're right that some of the lower rating of odor, for example, is a credit to the work that's happening, and that it isn't as big of an issue for folks. I believe it was in this report, but I feel like it's more relevant to some of the subsequent reports. But I think I saw in this report that it's voluntarily reducing its applied for return on equity from 10.8 to 9 and 9.8. Yeah.
That's correct.
And I just want to understand that from maybe just the long-term impacts on the viability and ongoing investment that's needed. Just trying to understand again that this isn't deferred maintenance or deferred investment leading to that, and then just is the only impact sort of on a dividend shareholder side? Just wanting to get a bit more clarity on that.
Sure, Councillor Stevenson, I'll be speaking to that as part of my report on return on equity. We did touch on that in this report, but to directly answer your question right now, no, it doesn't result in any deferred maintenance. It's really continuation of our commitment to. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice, but part of our commitment to gradually bring the ROE when we brought drainage over to be consistent with the ROE for the rest of the water services utilities. But I will touch on that in my presentation.
Okay, perfect. Happy to wait for that then. No further questions. Thanks so much.
Great, thank you. So maybe back then to the conversation around the deferral account. So maybe we should go back a step and talk about where this deferral account came from in the first place, right? So this was in the very first rate filing that was completed a few years ago, correct? Not sure who should I go to, Mr. Kennedy or?
That's correct. It was completed during the combined PBR application for wastewater services in 2021 during the pandemic. We had some uncertainty around the forecast consumption and growth.
So speak more clearly about what that uncertainty was. What was uncertain?
So Councillor Cartmel, what was uncertain at that time is what the impact of COVID would be on water consumption, and both on a residential level as well as a commercial level, impacted by work from home measures, impacted by economic recovery as well as growth. And so what that resulted in is some uncertainty in terms of what the forecast consumption would be, which resulted in our inability to accurately forecast the rates that were required to recover the costs. And so
I'm just going to stop you there, because I want to be pedantically clear about what we're talking about. We weren't clear if the consumption was going to be through residential meters or non-residential meters, and they paid different rates. And so that led to uncertainty about revenue projections, correct?
Correct. And just to clarify, Councillor Cartmel, I think you could apply that to various rate classes, not just the shift between residential or commercial.
Right, okay. So we've got uncertainty about revenue, and the idea of a deferral account is enacted. How does that work?
So the way that worked is we determined rates based on a forecast of consumption. We've monitored that consumption during the PBR period, and if there is an over-collection of revenue, that's returned to customers in a future period. If there was an under-collection of revenue, then that would be collected from customers in a future period. And so going back to what Martin spoke about is the implementation of a deferral account. It can result in more, I'll say, bill instability for customers if we're moving from a period where we're under collecting or over collecting.
Let's go back to what actually happened. So what happened with the deferral accounts? We had uncertainty. Here we are. It's a few years later. What happened?
So we had higher consumption than forecasted.
In which class?
In all classes.
Okay.
And that was driven by, for example, for the residential customers, work from home measures. So it drove up the per site per consumption. The recovery from the COVID pandemic was quicker. We also had significant growth within the city of Edmonton, which drove consumption. In addition to that, we had unusually hot, dry summers as well. So you had a myriad of circumstances that were driving this higher consumption, higher volumes of water usage, which translated into higher revenues.
So we had higher revenue than forecast, and the delta between the forecast and the higher revenue went into the deferral account.
Correct.
And there it sits.
Correct.
Okay. So here we are. That money goes back into the math that determines the new rates, right? There's effectively an amount owing to all the ratepayers. And then we have forecast about what rates we need from ratepayers to operate the utility going forward.
Correct.
So why not keep doing that? Because you tell me why we don't use the deferral account as a mechanism to keep truing up.
So the reason we're proposing to discontinue that is we've returned to a period where that uncertainty in regards to water consumption has now passed. We've got a better ability to forecast consumption moving forward. And the benefit of doing that from a customer perspective is you don't have this, seesawing or zigzagging of rates as you move from under collection to over collection. If we were in a situation where we had under collected revenue during the last PBR term for wastewater services, we would be in a situation we were looking at a more significant bill increase for customers. So going back to what Martin talked about is not having a deferral account allows us to have predictable, stable rates that escalate with the inflation less efficiency factor formula that's part of PBR.
Thank you. That's my time. Councillor Jantz?
Yeah, just trying to pull up the number here, but the capital investment of $887 million. So am I to understand that there'll be some of that will be, of course, capital investments. Some of that may be going towards investments on private property as well too. Is that piece, or was that considered a different element of the program here? What I'm interested in understanding is how we arrive at that number, what it's going towards. How do we make sure we are balancing the right pieces between LID, storm ponds, or other? So I'm just curious about unpacking that further.
So maybe I can just explain that. So we have, as Sakib explained, a number of utilities on the wastewater side: stormwater, wastewater collection, wastewater treatment, so gold bar. And we have asset management programs where we do condition assessments in each of those areas, and we figure out what capital we need to replace or what capital we might need for growth. And we build those up, bottom up, and we calculate the total number of capital required over the 3 years. So it's all part of our system investment, if you will, in each of those 3 areas. And so that's how it's done. And there is a split between the 3 utilities depending on the asset management plans for the 3 utilities. Again, we're obviously looking long term, and we're doing condition assessments, if that helps.
So it's EPCOR's condition assessments of EPCOR's infrastructure, therefore asking for a contribution to then go and fix what EPCOR has diagnosed. Is that correct?
It's our system, our condition assessments, and we are asking approval to reflect that capital investment, which then flows through into rates.
And as we get closer to, do we get like a capital maintenance plan, or like how do we demonstrate public oversight over whether we're gold plating or silver plating or bronze plating something that should be done?
So annually we do give PBR performance reviews where we will tell you how our capital spending is unfolding relative to our plan. We bring that here to Utility Committee, and we will be doing that again this year in September. So.
Okay. But were there other comments or anything to add? Yep.
Councillor Jan, so we've included business cases for all of the capital projects greater than $10 million in the PBR application, and it details, you know, the rationale, the scope of those projects. As well, in our application, we've got a detailed listing of all of the capital projects, so, you know, the level of LID, the level of work related to flood management.
Right, and that'll be coming in September.
So the application has been filed, so those details would be available in our application.
Okay, so for the public feedback piece, when people if they have commentary about X, can they include capital critique in that feedback?
Correct.
And they have access to that information as well. Okay, excellent.
Yes, they do.
Okay. Anything I heard? Saw another hand.
No.
Okay. The only other piece, just understanding. So you have sort of the feedback from the residential, multi-res, commercial developers, property managers, and then internal. How is that? I'm kind of around the question of disaggregation as well too. Like, did we see some big divergent interest between commercial or another one or residential or something like? Are we seeing a split there?
Actually, in the ranking of major themes, pretty strong alignment. I don't think it would surprise any of us that affordability is top of mind for commercial and residential, and that, but also there's very little tolerance for unreliability or upset in the utility service. So there is a degree of understanding about the need for ongoing investment that is tempered by people's economic stress.
Right.
And that's true across both classes.
And I mean, maybe on a values basis, like growth pays for growth or use should pay for use. Are we seeing one group disproportionately subsidizing another group, or unduly, like, do we have the balance correct in this too? I mean, when you look at the 2.9% versus 1.1%, on the surface that seems unfair.
I think in the very next report, in 7.2, there'll be an opportunity to delve into one aspect of that, which is the alignment of the collection of revenues for what the true cost is for the wastewater collection system versus the wastewater treatment system, and there's and stormwater, and there is some realignment there of rates to match the actual cost of the utility, but that'll be right up in 7.2, right, in the stormwater rates.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you very much for this. You had mentioned, I guess some questions about process. You mentioned the Reader's Digest, and did I see that's coming out today or late last week?
Today.
Today, okay. I did find the website a little bit difficult to navigate, just to find where the application is, and so. And I'm wondering too, I think July 15th is the deadline for the Q&A, correct, for council members and
for formal information
for the formal
requests,
information. Do people just write to you? Is there like a generic email? Is there a portal?
So Councillor Tang, the process is that any, so we've got the website up, we've got an email address where customers can contact us and let us know about their inquiries. We've also got the contact information, I believe it's for the city manager's office, the city clerk's office, and so any formal inquiries would be provided to the city, routed through the city administration to EPCOR.
Was there a memo about kind of this, all kind of laid out, like beyond the presentation, but a memo to council?
I don't believe there was a memo to council.
I feel like it'd be helpful to have all that kind of in one place, just so that we're clear on what the process is and who do we actually reach out to, so that we're not.
That's something that we can prepare a briefing for and provide to council.
Yeah, and in that, if you can also share the link for the Reader's Digest. I haven't found it yet. I don't know if it's been up yet or not. And appreciate the point about, folks can help spread the word about this pretty significant undertaking for the next few years. And I haven't had a chance to kind of dive into the whole application yet, recognizing there is some time before the formal deadline. But on what you're hearing, compared to the last filing versus this filing, obviously, you have mentioned COVID, the older piece, the affordability is something really big this year, and kind of recognizing the risk. Anything else you're noting that's worth highlighting? Kind of that difference between the previous filing and the current one?
Yeah, I would highlight a couple of pieces. So our overall capital spend is lower, but there are two main reasons for that. One is we're not doing LRT relocates, which have been done or will be done by the time we get into this next PBR. And the other one is we did a service center consolidation project when drainage came over to EPCOR, reduced the number of service centers from many to one on the east end of town, and so that had some capital associated. We don't have that. Now, there's some increase in capital in the Gold Bar wastewater treatment plant for reliability reasons, but overall, capital investment is a little bit down for those two reasons. And again, that helps drive lower customer rates as well.
Right. Sorry, I meant differences in between what you heard from your engagement.
Apologies for that.
No worries, no worries. I didn't mean to kind of get into the application itself since we're focusing on the community engagement aspect.
I did try to hit on what the
Yeah.
most significant differences, so I think those were covered in the presentation. I mean, the only other thing I'd add is because 2021 was all three utilities together, customers have a much higher level of engagement, honestly, in the water treatment and distribution, and the drinking water that comes out of the tap. And they view themselves as being in a customer relationship. So we have very little is needed to get over the hurdle of, would you like to tell us your thoughts about the drinking water utility? It's harder for customers to see. It's what our research firm would call a low involvement category. It's harder for people to perceive themselves as being in a customer relationship with the wastewater utilities and stormwater management. So it takes a little more to get over that, and sometimes the input you get back is a little less robust because people don't have preformed opinions unless they've got a very a strong association with one issue or another, or they live in a particular place and it's more relevant to them.
Yeah, that's interesting. Thanks for highlighting that. To Mr. Beckett, I was curious if, I know we're going to spend a lot of time over the next few months diving into the application itself, but did you have any thoughts, reaction to the overall 2.9% impact on residential and 1.1 on commercial?
I haven't gone through the application in enough detail to be able to really give an informed opinion on the quantum of the rate increase.
That's okay.
I will do that when I file my report.
Yeah, absolutely. Just hoping for some initial reaction. And then just a quick one, the 1260 surveys, do you know what percentage of that is residential and what percentage is commercial?
Yes, there were 1,260 is the residential number of responses.
Oh, okay.
Commercial customers, we invited 2,000 commercial customers to participate, representing about 4,000, almost 4,000 commercial sites. And the response rate, even with some prompting and prodding, only 40 participated.
Great, thank you so much. I'm out of time. And I know all of that is in Appendix H.
No.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you. So the uncertainty of COVID has passed, and now whatever factors there are that lead to uncertainty would be, I would assume, weather-related or the unexpected.
Correct. Weather-related, and primarily.
Primarily, okay. And so we're feeling fairly confident that the weather for the next few years is going to be as anticipated?
Well, there's always uncertainty with the weather, but our forecasting model incorporates recent trends. We've actually created a more robust forecasting methodology, looking at customer classes in more specific detail. So we feel very confident about our ability to forecast water consumption going forward.
Within a range?
Within a range, yeah.
Okay. So it has to be asked, looking to our neighbors in the south, about infrastructure certainty. So, you know, the type of infrastructure that they're using and the years in which they got it? Do we have parallels to that? Or are we concerned? Have we been looking into potential failures of the type of materials and equipment we have?
Yeah, obviously a great question, Councillor Paquette, and we've been rolling that around in our mind a lot. So we're in contact with Calgary. We have a general sense of the failure, but not a very specific sense. They've obviously been busy with other things. So we'll be looking to understand exactly the cause. We have some idea of the type of infrastructure that failed. We've got similar, and we've been looking through our system to try and find a more direct parallel. But we haven't found anything that is exactly the same. So we're looking to learn from this, but we're obviously not prepared today to share the full findings, but we will be in a future utility committee meeting, really be prepared to discuss the parallels. What do they have? What happened? What do we have? What are the parallels? It's obviously on the water side, but it does reflect the importance of ensuring that, you know, our maintenance capital continues, and we look at that very seriously, including our inspection programs. But
Well, that's good, because not doing our due diligence after that would be quite embarrassing.
yeah, I would agree. So,
Yeah, okay. So, but, you know, we went through our own sort of incident, but we had good backup systems, so. Okay, so I guess that's all my questions. I would move receipt of information.
Great, thank you, Councillor Paquette. Motion on the floor. Got a couple more speakers, so Councillor Stevenson, go ahead if you like.
Yes, thank you very much. And sorry, I'm allowed to ask Mr. Beckett questions?
Oh, sure, yeah,
Great.
Yep.
Okay, so just wanted to go back to your question about the deferral account, which I think is a good one. My recollection is that we did have a previous committee discussion about sort of winding down the deferral account. Just wanted to get, I guess my question first to you is, do you have concerns with that generally, or is your question really around how those options were presented to the public?
Well, the question that I just asked was how the question was put to the public. Because if you ask the public a single question without giving some potential consequences of their response to that question, you might not get exactly what you're expecting. And the point I was making was that if there are deferral accounts, there's a good chance that a regulator will reward lower return on equity and lower equity thickness, which we talked about previously, which has the overall effect of reducing costs in the long term. If customers weren't aware that that potential exists, then their response to the question might not be as helpful as you might think.
Yeah, for sure. And so it's really more around how it was put to the public. So maybe just on that, I don't know if there's been further opportunity, because it seems like the question is actually, do you prefer volatility, or like the balance is like, do you prefer volatility with potential overall lower costs, or less volatility but with potentially overall higher costs?
So, I mean, we would agree with Mr. Beckett in general terms that if you structure this with a whole bunch of deferral accounts and try to take out a bunch of risks from the utilities, in theory, regulators then could award lower returns. But that doesn't take away the short-term volatility. Like over the long term, bills might be lower, but in any short-term period, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, there's a pretty high potential, particularly with some of the swings that we've seen, that there will be true-ups and there will be collection from customers. And so we've always had PBR schemes, other than this most latest ones, where we didn't have deferral accounts. We never had to go post-period and actually adjust anything as we do this time. And fortuitously, and I think it's fortuitous, we're actually refunding to customers this time. But had we had 3 years of solid rain, it would have been the other way, and it would have been a much tougher conversation, we think. So it just creates a different dynamic. But now, over the long term, if you looked at 10, 20 years, you might be able to convince yourself that there is a lower cost, but it doesn't take away the short-term fluctuations. So that's our view in general terms, and it's why we've proposed it this way. So.
Okay. No, I think that's helpful, and it's helpful to be able to interpret those results with that broader context. maybe just because it did come up, and I think it's a good one that's on many people's mind, just in terms of Calgary's experience. So appreciate the review that's happening, sort of looking at comparable infrastructure. I'm also assuming that we'll be looking at processes as well, because I think regardless of the exact, I think that's the windows opening upstairs. Regardless of the exact type of infrastructure, there's also processes in terms of how assets are reviewed, the condition assessment work that's done on a regular basis. Will that also be looked at in detail?
Yeah, so we're always undertaking those types of review on a technical level. What we are doing as a result of the E.L. Smith event is actually reviewing our water shedding protocols for a generic anything. And we were doing that anyways as a result of the follow-up to that incident. Obviously, with the Calgary event, we unfortunately for them got new data that we can start to think about, so we're in contact with them. How have you responded to this? What are you doing?
Sure. And sorry, I'm just running out of time. So not necessarily the post-incident processes, but the processes that are involved in the ongoing maintenance to ensure that there aren't critical failures. So the condition rating assessments, all of that.
Absolutely. We can talk about that.
Perfect.
When we bring this back.
Great. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. One more question on the Calgary piece, even though it's not specific to this item. In a related way, do we have a metric on how much water leaves our system? Do we know what effectively, do we know what our line losses are between treatment and meter?
Yeah, we do. We measure it.
Do we have a number? Is that is that something we don't want to share for any reason?
I don't have the exact number, but that's something that we can get back to you on.
4 to 5, says Susan.
Yes. Or 4.5.
4 to 5.
Somewhere there. So 4 to 5% of the water that comes out of the treatment plant does not find its way to a meter. 95% does.
But you want it to leak out. This is definitely what you want. Like, it has to leak out. It's part of the public health thing. You don't want it leaking in. So we have a relatively low losses.
Yeah, no, that's not the question I'm
okay,
asking,
okay.
right? Like, yes, you want it going out, you don't want it coming in. That's a pressure question.
Correct, yeah.
What I'm asking is, like, if that number was 30%, that would mean that it's not leaking out, it is flowing out, and we don't know where, which means we got a broken pipe.
That's right.
Right.
Yeah.
So
So our
we're not
losses
seeing
are
that.
quite low relative to, and if we do see significant changes that we would notice it, then obviously it talks to leak. And
Right.
with AMI, we are moving to a much more advanced leak detection process, so we will have data that we don't have today. So yes, it's definitely going to be a lot tighter. But
So
good
the
questions.
meter upgrade program is going to help with that kind of,
Absolutely.
right? We just got to watch the acronyms, right?
Yep.
'Cause
Yeah.
Keep it consumable.
Sorry. Thank you.
Okay, so, and there's that particular type of pipe that was supposed to have a 100-year life, but at least in this instance doesn't. We're going to make sure about that. Yeah.
Correct, yeah.
Just back to the deferral account then. Effectively, the rate filing is a true-up. Is that fair to say? Like every 4 years, we kind of gather the info and figure out what we need for the next 4?
Excuse me, yes, this current rate filing reflects the true-up.
And so a deferral account might be a way of ensuring we don't take too much of the rates, but if that, and then, ask a bit more if we need it, kind of a thing. And that might keep costs down rather than asking ahead of time. Am I understanding the sort of the?
I think I might need you to clarify your
So,
question, Councillor.
is the deferral account a way of saying that we're going to, keep the rates low, but then if we need more money in the short-term volatility piece, we'll just get more from the ratepayers on almost like that almost feels like a bit of a cash call.
It's not intended to work that way. Really, it's saying that we forecasted this level of costs, so we anticipated to collect this level of revenues. And because of those factors related to, different consumption relative to our forecast, it was either too high or too low. And now we're in a position to either refund or collect. So it's not designed to say, I want the rate increase to be, 2% or 3%. It's, we don't have that ability to, or, the way the mechanism's set up, it's simply, if you overcollect, you refund in the next period. You could design a mechanism to do that, but, then you're holding dollars, and, really the point of that deferral account is just to manage rate impacts.
If instead of having, the deferral account gets dollars when the revenue is more than forecast, is it better to have those dollars flow into general revenue, so to speak, and be able to use them as opposed to?
I guess in one instance, if you have an over-collection, you could utilize some of that over-collection in a future period to offset some incremental costs.
But I'm thinking of more of the emergent things that might happen, that you might have a pool of funding that you can't access necessarily.
Yeah, that's fair, but there's no guarantee that you're going to build up that surplus as well.
Well, that's the other thing.
Frank's comment. If it rained for 3 years, we'd be in a position where we'd be asking customers to pay an incremental amount. And if we're also in a situation where we discovered we had some significant capital projects coming in or some life cycle replacement work that needed to be done, we could not put off, then you're looking at an even higher rate increase.
Yeah.
This just goes back to Martin's comments about trying to have bill stability for customers, which through the consultation feedback, that's what they communicated to us as important.
Yeah.
Could I add one more consideration, Councillor? And that is, of course, we're in an over collection experience right now. But one of the other drivers of an under collection, we can say, well, there's a group of customers, and we've built the rates around a forecast that they'll use an amount of water, 10,000 liters of water. If our group of customers does a great job of water conservation and only consumes 9,000 liters of water, a deferral account means we're going to show up after the end of that time period when they've done this conservation. We're going to say, I know you only used 9,000 liters of water. I'm billing you for 10. We're going to collect all the revenue even though you didn't use the water. And over the long run, this really has a concerning potential impact on incentivizing water conservation. So that is one of the other things that's on our mind. I know it doesn't really feature in the public engagement. That was not a pitch we made to customers to see how they'd react to that. But it's a very serious consideration when you're talking about resource conservation.
That's my time. I don't see any other questions on the board, and we have a motion on the floor. And we have 3 reports, so I'm not sure if people want to speak to this one or just sort of speak at the end of the EPCOR conversation. Roll it? Okie doke. Okay, please vote then.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. Thank you. So on to the next one, which is 7.2, performance-based regulation application stormwater update.
Okay, so maybe just a couple of brief introductory comments on this. So normally we wouldn't be talking about stormwater if we were in a routine situation, which is, we've got rates, we've got a utility, we update the rates, etc. But we are in transition when it comes to stormwater, and we've got some items that are in our application that we want to talk to you about and basically explain how this transition is going to work. So with us, joining us now is Carmen Piercy, who is Senior Manager of Regulatory, who will speak to those.
Good morning, councillors. I'll be providing just a brief presentation to summarize how our PBR application will be impacting billing for stormwater services. Next slide, please. So I'll start with some background on the stormwater utility and how we bill for stormwater services. Then I'll review the 3 key changes in our PBR application that impact stormwater billing. First is the impact of our updated cost of service study. Then is the impact of the new runoff coefficients that we developed to align with the city's new zones. And last is a summary of customers that are not currently being billed for stormwater services, but who will start to be billed during the new PBR term. And then finally, I'll discuss some more significant impacts of these changes to a very small group of customers and how we plan to engage those customers to help them to mitigate their bill increases. Next slide, please. You saw this diagram in the last presentation. This presentation will focus on the stormwater utility, which is in the red box there. And the stormwater system is really a complex network of throughout the city that's designed to collect stormwater runoff and snow melt from customers through many kilometers of pipes and catch basins and stormwater ponds. Ultimately, the purpose of the stormwater system is to minimize impacts of flooding on our residents, businesses, and the environment. Next slide. So the stormwater rate structure has been maintained since drainage was part of the city operations. And the rate structure is unique compared to our water and sanitary and wastewater treatment rate structures because it's not based on metered water consumption. The formula is actually area times the runoff coefficient times an intensity factor times the monthly stormwater rate. The area is the size of each individual property. The runoff coefficient measures how fast water runs off the property, and it's established for each zone based on the typical characteristics of properties in that zone. And the intensity factor adjusts the runoff coefficient for an individual property if it can be shown that it's significantly different from the typical property in that zone. So the intensity factor is typically 1, and then by exception it may vary. And then the monthly stormwater rate is the dollar per square meter charge that we establish with each PBR renewal, and that's approved by council. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, there's 3 changes to stormwater billing that are showing up in this PBR renewal. The first is that we have updated our wastewater cost of service study. The objective of this study was to help us set cost-based rates to determine how to appropriately allocate operating capital costs between the sanitary and the stormwater systems. The conclusion from this study indicated that our current revenues are not aligned with the costs for each utility, so that there's currently an overcollection of revenues for the sanitary utility of approximately 16% and an undercollection on the stormwater side. This mismatch is shown in the graphic that compares costs to revenues for each utility. So in this PBR application, our proposed rates will include a decrease in sanitary rates and an increase in stormwater rates so that the revenues align with the cost of providing each service. These changes are largely offsetting for the vast majority of customers. However, if a customer has a large property with low water usage, they will actually see an increase in their total bill, and that will more accurately reflect the cost of providing service. Next slide, please. And the second major change is related to the city's new zoning bylaw, which became effective at the start of this year. So in order to align our billing with these new zones, we've undertaken an engineering study to determine the average or typical runoff coefficients for each of the new zones. This work was done as part of our design standards review. The existing runoff coefficients right now are currently frozen in our billing system. And then in April 2025, when we implement the new PBR rates, we will also implement the new runoff coefficients. And then these new runoff coefficients are generally lower for most of the zones, with the exception of the heavy industrial zone, which is increasing from 0.5 to 0.75. We've also differentiated between the small and large size residential and DC, or direct control zoned properties. And that was to recognize different typical ratios of building size to natural areas in the smaller compared to the larger residential lots over 450 square meters. And then for the direct control zones, it was to recognize that those under 700 square meters are typically residential, and those over 700 are typically commercial. Next slide, please. And so to ensure fairness and equity for all customers, we have a number of unbilled properties that are using stormwater services that we need to bring into billing. The first phase of this effort to bring these properties into billing is to bring in those properties where we actually are currently billing them for water and sanitary services, but they're not being billed for stormwater services. And we plan to start to bill these properties at on April 1, 2025, the start of our PBR term. So these include some City of Edmonton properties and some private golf courses and cemeteries. And for the city properties, I actually have a correction here. We've estimated that the total city bill increase is about $1.4 million per year, and that's a $1.7 million increase in the stormwater bill, offset by a $0.3 million decrease in the sanitary bill. And then for the private cemeteries and golf courses, we will be engaging with these customers this fall to advise them of the estimated bill impacts and options for mitigating those impacts. There is a second phase of bringing additional properties into billing, and this will include customers who do not currently have an EPCOR water or sanitary account. We've identified these unbilled properties through a geospatial analysis, and they likely do receive stormwater services but are not currently being billed. These properties range from those with high runoff coefficients like parking lots to properties with lower runoff such as parks or vacant and undeveloped land. Due to the effort required to identify and then set up accounts for stormwater-only service, these customers will be brought into billing gradually over the upcoming PBR period. The bottom line is that current ratepayers will benefit from this effort as the cost to provide stormwater services are more fairly and equitably borne by all customers who receive the benefits. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes the bill impacts of the changes that I've discussed. You can see that the vast majority of over 300,000 customers will not have a significant impact to their bill. We've identified about 1,200 or 0.3% of our total customer base, which is mostly non-residential customers, whose bills will increase more significantly, over 20% and over $15 a month. These are shown in the pie charts, and you can see the bill impacts do vary, and that is largely depending on the size of the property. Most of the impacted customers that are experiencing higher bills, those are mostly due because the city has updated their zone to one with a higher runoff coefficient, or because they're very large properties. But there are also, as I mentioned, about 300 heavy industrial customers that experience a bill increase because the runoff coefficient is actually being corrected for that particular zone. Next slide, please. For these 1,200 customers with more significant bill impacts, we will engage with each customer individually starting this fall and looking at options to help them mitigate the bill increases. And so the options are available to multi-residential and commercial properties. If a customer can demonstrate their property's runoff coefficient is materially different from that of a typical property within the same zone, they can request an adjustment to the runoff coefficient through our intensity adjustment program. If the property's runoff coefficient is appropriate based on the zone, customers can still reduce the runoff coefficient by taking advantage of our new stormwater rebate program. And under this program, they can install stormwater infrastructure such as low-impact development installations on their property to capture stormwater and to reduce runoff. And that is it for my presentation.
Great, thank you. Go to Mr. Beckett first of all for any comments you may have.
Well, this is a situation where the Utility Committee is going to have to do some heavy lifting. But the key to the issue is you have to have the evidence, and then you have to make the policy decisions. The evidence will tell you the kind of things that you just saw in the report. You may also be asked to make some policy decisions as to how you phase in the impact of these changes to various customers. And I'm sure every single customer will have some input for you on those particular aspects. But it's a very good start to have the evidence, the facts and data, and then to exercise your authority to show judgment on how the impact is applied to various customers.
Questions? Councillor Paquette? Sorry, Councillor Stevenson, you selected the item. Sorry, Councillor Paquette.
Oh, no, not at all. Thank you very much. Really appreciated the presentation. And just a few clarifying questions for me. So the intensity adjustment program and the stormwater rebate program, those are both very exciting, really, really fantastic to see those rolling out. Are they available to lower scale development, or is it sort of multifamily, commercial, industrial at this point?
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Susan Ansell here, Director of One Water Planning with EPCOR. The intensity adjustment factor at this point is available for multifamily and commercial properties. We've partially accounted for that, but with the differential in the area size of the property in the residential to cover them. The residential customers will have access to the rebate program And depending on what they install on their property, that should reduce their water consumption, so they'll get the benefit through the reduced water consumption and water sanitary rate, but we don't have a specific change to the stormwater rate with those investments.
Okay, so at this point, sort of adding in stormwater abatement, or, you know, let's say not hard surfacing as much of your single detached home property, there's still not a direct mechanism for a rebate there, but
They'll get other benefits on their bill. For example, if they install a rain barrel or a rain garden, which doesn't require as much lawn watering, they will
Gotcha.
see a reduction in their outdoor water use, which flows through the water and sanitary rate.
okay, and do we feel that that's adequate incentive for behavior change, or to encourage people to, again, maybe not hard surface their whole backyard, things like that?
I guess I would say it's consistent with what other communities are doing. So when we developed the program, we looked at what others are doing, so we're in alignment there. But also, we definitely want to, over the next 3 years, we will look and see what the participation is on it. But certainly it is in alignment with what other major cities who have gone down this path.
Okay, great. Maybe just on that note of comparison to other jurisdictions, we've been having a conversation recently about our industrial growth in the city. And so anything that is looking to increase the cost of doing business for heavy industrial is makes me a bit nervous. Just wondering if your teams have been in touch with our industrial action plan team to maybe talk through those implications. Again, I'm thinking there could be complementary programs at the city that provide financial incentives or financial support for industrial properties. They're maybe adding some of those stormwater mitigations, but
So 100% we are part of the group of constituents that the Industrial Action Team has been consulting with in terms of the whole aspect of the strategy across all of our utilities. Have we had a conversation specific on the stormwater rebate program? I would say probably not at that level of detail, but we continue to engage with the team, and as we move forward with this, that would absolutely be one of the conversations we would have.
okay. And do we have comparative rates for stormwater management with surrounding municipalities?
Not specifically. We kind of roll up our, because other utilities I think don't typically, we kind of roll up our rates for the entire wastewater side, I would say, and then compare them. We haven't done it specifically.
There's
to
different
stormwater.
structures in different communities, so it is a harder comparison to make.
Okay, I think that may be relevant information as we move forward with that, but yeah, I'll just reflect on that a bit. The last one was just wondering if you could provide some examples of customers that have large properties with low water use, just so we can get a sense. So would that be schools? Would that be, like, I appreciate pulling out the impacts to the city of Edmonton. I think, again, if we're using that service, we need to be paying for it. But again, what would that look like, large properties with low water use?
I think we tend to find some commercial properties like warehouses, or properties with large parking areas.
Okay.
They tend to have smaller water consumption, but a large hard surface space.
Okay, that's helpful. So again, fairly unlikely for this to be impacting, let's say, seniors' homes, for example, or other residents, but an impact to the commercial properties. Okay, thank you. Thanks very much for this report. I enjoyed it.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. I may have missed it. Is there a planned duration or rollout of increased fees? Will it, the idea that it gets staged in, or is it just to rip off the Band-Aid?
The fees will increase at the start of this PBR term for the customers that are brought into billing.
So not phased in?
No.
Incrementally?
No, but we will be engaging with customers to figure out if there's opportunities to mitigate some of those impacts through the two programs that we talked about.
Why would we not phase it in to sort of ease people into the new rate rather than the massive sticker shock?
Well, it's something we could consider for sure. We thought that we could look to the mitigation opportunities first, to see what opportunities we could look at there. But certainly it's something that we could consider in terms of a phase-in. The faster we bring them in, the more fairness and equity is for the other customers. So they're not subsidizing these customers that aren't currently in billing.
Sure. Would it have to be a subsidy if over time they make what is owed whole?
Yeah, it's certainly, Councillor Paquette, it's something we could look at. So when we took this feedback from you in the pre-meetings and went back and looked at it, and it became a trade-off between dealing with the inequity, because right now we have a bit of a mixture, and certain customers in certain classes are paying full stormwater rates, and others in that same class are paying nothing. And so this rebalances the equity. And certainly, obviously, if utility committee director, if council directed, we would go back. Now, there are two Band-Aids to rip off here, if I can just clarify.
Sure.
Because then we've got the whole issue of the unbilled properties, which Carmen talked about. And with the unbilled properties, we have to find them. And it sounds easier said than done. They don't have necessarily water accounts, which is how we usually find people. But we find them, we have to figure out their property, we have to figure out the billing impact, and we have to get them into billing. And our proposal is, before we do that, is to come back to you and say, hey, we found another 500 customers, their businesses look like this, they're doing this or that, here's the impact on them. So we kind of have two Band-Aids to rip off here, this PBR term. And I guess our starting proposal, and what's reflected in our application, is the ones that we can build today and make equitable, we would propose to do that, like just in one shot, and we've assessed the impact, so we know that there's going to be some noise on this, as Mr. Beckett pointed out, and really just ready to have that debate with you.
Yeah, so what is the percentage? I mean, I didn't even calculate, so it was like 3%, or what's that?
0.3%.
0.3%.
So it's very few customer accounts, but their impact can be significant.
So 0.3%. Okay. And this mitigation presumably takes time.
It will be specific to each individual property.
Sure, everything's a little
There's
different.
many different circumstances that could be causing the higher runoff coefficient. So, like I said, it might be that they're zoned something that isn't reflective of their property characteristics. So we could look at an adjustment for that. So,
right, and as you said, people can challenge and be like, actually, take another look at my property. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
all right.
And they can do an installation of stormwater infrastructure, which would also really help with their runoff coefficient.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jantz.
Thank you. I just wanted to drill into slide 7 a little bit about the new properties. I find it peculiar that there are properties that exist that do not have accounts. And I'm curious how that has come to be and what the path will be for identifying who they are, and also why they aren't just brought into billing immediately. Why would we allow them to have a free ride, so to speak, for another year or 2 years?
Yeah, our intention is to get them into billing as soon as possible, but the ones without accounts don't have any water usage.
So I see, sorry to interrupt, I see phase 1 being billing would start in April 2025.
Yes, those are for customers that do have water and sanitary accounts currently. There's an EPCOR account. They do use water and sanitary system, but we don't bill them for stormwater.
So if we ID a property tomorrow, are they able to be brought in tomorrow, or do we have to wait until that future date?
April 1, 2025 is when we're rolling. That is the earliest start date for all of this.
So there's no way to like add accounts now, or?
We could. We could do some accounts now,
So
I think. But
maybe let me try and explain it a little bit better, because it gets a little bit hairy here. So for people that have accounts today, as Carmen pointed out, they have accounts today because they're using water. Maybe a very small amount of water. It's a giant warehouse. There's a bathroom. They're using water. But they're not paying for stormwater. So our proposal is, come April 1, to your point, Councillor Jantz, April 1, 2025, we make things right with the world, we build them stormwater, we can do that, with your approval, of course.
I'm curious, like some private cemeteries, some private golf courses, I mean, I think it,
Some do and some don't, is what we're saying. So it's a bit of an unfair situation today.
so you know now that they're not paying, why can't we just go to said private cemetery or golf course now and start billing them as of June 25th?
So Councillor Jans, I just want to jump in here. So there's a bit of history. So, you know, EPCOR, we basically took over the stormwater utility billing, and, you know, we've been looking at it, analyzing it, and, you know, after we took it over from the city, saying, okay, well, you know, what do we need to address? And so this has been, you know, a bit of a long time coming here, and so we're now getting an opportunity to look at these inequities, understand who's being billed, who's not being billed. So this is correcting, I guess, a legacy
So like
issue.
the city for like 75 years was giving some folks a free ride?
Well, there was, and like there are certain accounts that they might have had their intensity adjustment adjusted for whatever reason. You know, I can't speak to some of the history, but what we're trying to do and our overall principled approach is to treat all the customers equally. And, you know, Carmen spoke about, you know, equity is the principle. And so we're looking for direction from council to help make some, well, I guess, you know, for council to make some policy choices. Are we going to phase customers in? Are we going to exempt certain customers from you know, not paying stormwater? And you know, we think it's important that council weighs in on that.
Like, I guess what I'm, and maybe I'm not understanding it here, but like,
You're
we're
saying,
all paying right now to
Yes.
subsidize somebody else who's not paying. Why would we not charge them as soon as possible?
I think the other reason is to give ourselves time to communicate and engage with those customers, to advise them give them a heads up, because they can, you know, start to include these amounts in their own budgeting, to just give them fair warning, and also to engage with them on the potential mitigation
But
options.
like they are knowingly getting a free ride. Like no, like am I like how is
they're
how
likely
am
not
I
aware.
misunderstanding? Okay,
They're likely not aware.
so they're just assuming they don't have to pay stormwater.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Okay, so what would be an example of an account like that?
Well, like I guess we have the parking lots as one example with no EPCOR accounts, and on the other side we have some private cemeteries and private golf
But
courses.
the parking lots would be owned by a company, and you know you have bills to pay, and you know that you have. Like, is that?
I think typically you think of water as a service from the water and wastewater utility, but people don't think of stormwater service. So these would be stormwater only accounts, and a lot of customers are not aware that they're utilizing stormwater services.
so
Okay.
I think the question you're asking, Councillor Jans, is why don't you start today? You've got an unbilled, you've got somebody who's using stormwater services, and I guess to Carmen, what Carmen is saying is we would like to engage in those customers to give them an opportunity to offset these costs, assess their properties. That's going to take a bit of time. So there is a class that we know today are not basically contributing, if you will. There's another class that is also using the services that don't even have accounts. So that's more sleuthing. And so we will work on those, and we will come back to you to say this is what those people look like. But because again, we're trying to manage the rate shock and the change to customers at the same time we're trying to bring in equity. So that's why. But I understand your question.
Okay. Thank you.
So I'm sorry, Councillor Kang, I just want to pick up on this. So we've got some property owners that have been conditioned over time to not realize there's any more than one account, which is water coming in. Right? Fair?
Yes, and wastewater going out. That's it.
If that. So let's use this example. Somebody is in a rural residential community. They have a cistern for fresh water where a truck comes and fills up the cistern. They don't get an EPCOR bill, they get a bill from Dave's Trucking. They've got another cistern for water that's going out. That gets pumped out, and they get a bill from Dave's Trucking. Or they have a septic field. They have no understanding whatsoever that there are 3 utilities active in the city of Edmonton, and they're not participating in any of them. So then EPCOR comes along and says, by the way, all that rainwater that hits your land, we're going to send you a bill for that. And they say, I don't understand.
Yeah.
Fair?
That's a really good summary, a good way to put it. And I guess we could say, based on your zoning, the amount of stormwater you're sending us is this.
And they say, based on my zoning, you annex me from the county of Leduc.
That's
where did you come from and why am I getting 3 bills when
Why don't
I
you-
have 2 cisterns?
Yeah, no, it's a good point. And why don't you come and look at our property and see that it's 90% grass?
Right.
And it's like, oh, okay, maybe it is 90% grass. So instead of you getting,
3 bills, or even just the 1 bill,
sure, or
we're
very
going to have a
small bill,
conversation.
right?
Yeah.
So that's a really good way to summarize it, Councillor Carmel.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Great. I mean, I was kind of going along that path as well. And so just historically, before the drainage was transferred over to EPCOR, city was charging for stormwater or no?
The city had a stormwater utility, but some of these issues
It's a bit
related
of
to
a-
unbilled would have, I guess they're
Carried over.
pre-existing.
Yeah,
Correct.
carried over. It's a bit of a historical, like, error oversight a little bit. And now you're trying to course correct, but it's been quite some time. And the report said that this was initially identified in the last filing 4 years ago. So now, and the decision at the time is to say, okay, we don't want to have this sticker shock right now. We're going to give the next 4 years to get people lots of heads up, correct? And you've been communicating that during this time? Just like, this is coming, and now this is here.
We haven't been communicating. We will start communicating in the fall. Now that we do have the new runoff coefficients for the new zoning, we do have some
More-
good numbers to
more-
communicate
okay.
with them. And as I said, a lot of the runoff coefficients are lower, so they might have been higher had we communicated them
Right.
earlier, so.
I guess like this whole notion of phasing in and giving people the heads up, we've been like, this was a whole discussion in the last filing. I'm assuming. I wasn't here, but.
Yes, I think, we talked about bringing these unbilled customers in, but wanted to give them more notice time.
Yeah. And that's why you're not necessarily doing it like right away, because we're trying to follow the process we laid out, the expectation we're trying to give people even from a few years back. So I think that makes sense. I guess just, question for city folks, DCM February. So some of these are our properties. Given that we have known about this since the last filing, like we've budgeted for this, right?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to know. I was curious, I mean, you will kind of engage with some of these properties in earnest come fall. But this report's being prepared. You've had this discussion 4 years ago. Any kind of initial reaction that gives you a bit of a temperature read of like, okay, how is this gonna go in the fall? Like, I'm thinking the cemeteries and the golf courses.
One of the aspects that we've done is we've pre-identified what we think the intensity adjustment factor will be for those properties based on the percentage of grass and soft surfaces that they have on them, which is different than what had happened in the first round last time. And so we've done some preliminary review on that. There's of course an opportunity, they may say, well, we're even doing more than what you think, because what we can see is just from satellite imagery. But we will definitely engage with each of the customers. We've also, as part of our filing, reduced the application fee cost for an intensity adjustment fee review. Previously, it was $400 to apply, and you had to apply every 5 years. We've changed that now to a one-time application of $200 approximate dollars, and will not require a renewal, but we will institute an audit process to make sure somebody doesn't sort of demolish what they say they're doing for there. So it will reduce the overall cost to customer for them to be part of the intensity adjustment program.
So, but I'm just like, you haven't talked to any of these people at all, that you're waiting until fall to even have that preliminary?
Partially, we were waiting for your confirmation that we should proceed. And then it was also partially dependent on the new zoning codes coming in.
So you were waiting for that
We didn't want to get
decision.
ahead of ourselves in terms of what the actual runoff would be.
Gotcha. And that, hey, I actually got a lot more grass than you think, that will happen afterwards when you do these on-site visits, these one-on-one adjustments if needed. Okay, that's great. And I think, Martin said in the previous report that stormwater, wastewater is just not something people kind of connect with right away, that this is a customer relations. And I imagine a lot of stormwater is underground. If we don't see it, we don't really think about it, to kind of keep that in mind that, oh, I got to pay for this. Is kind of a similar case here.
That's correct. The visible pieces would be our ponds, our wet and dry ponds, and then the ditch maintenance that we do in the rural areas, that's covered in the stormwater
Great,
rate.
thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. I guess I'll move the recommendation that the June 24th, 2024 EPCOR Water Services Integrated Report EXT 02464 be received for information. And I do have maybe just one question to build on what Councillor Tang was saying. So recognizing that this was actually supposed to start in 2022, but was then postponed for, I think the justification was around, providing more sufficient notification. I guess I'm just trying to understand between then and now, if you folks haven't necessarily been, going out and having those conversations. Help me understand that sufficient notification piece, or is that the work that you have been doing in the background to create additional mitigating options? Am I on the right track?
That is correct, Councillor Salvador. Probably the biggest piece of work was the standards modernization and us actually reviewing the runoff coefficients against the new zones. So if we've been working off the old zoning category, we'd had considerably more zones to work through. We've been able to confirm the zone that every customer is in. We've been able to access satellite imagery. Now we're looking at different impacts. We've basically looked at our program from top to bottom in terms of the pieces in there. And then in terms of the options for customers to mitigate, when we looked at what other communities were doing, we saw that we were behind in terms of not offering something like our stormwater rebate program to help customers come along with us as opposed to just do it through the rates. So a substantial amount of work has gone into preparation so that when we start talking to the customer, we have a whole suite of topics to talk to them about.
Excellent. And none of that was in place in 2022, correct?
None of that was in place.
All the new body of work. That's excellent. Great. I think that really clears things up. And just for our purposes, receipt of information today will allow you to go out and have those conversations. Great. Thanks so much.
Any other questions? Anyone wishing to speak? I would suggest only if you're going to vote no. Very good. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Thank you. That takes us to everyone's favorite topic, equity thickness. So
Okay.
7.3, go ahead. Thank you.
So this topic is actually on return on equity, which weaves in the whole debate around equity thickness as well. So with that, Sakib will lead the discussion.
Perfect. Thank you, Frank. So also joining us online is Dylan DeSendis. He should be joined virtually, and Dylan is a partner at Scott Madden, a firm that specializes in assessing the cost of capital for regulated utilities, and so he will be available to answer questions if we have any that do come up. So call up the presentation, please. Perfect, thanks. And we can jump to the next slide. So the purpose of my presentation today is to provide Utility Committee with background information on why return on equity is an important component of utility rates. The approach is typically used by regulators to set an appropriate return, as well as a brief summary of the approach that was utilized by EPCOR Water Services as part of our recently filed PBR application. And so we will get into some regulatory jargon, but hopefully we're going to try and clear that up for everyone through this discussion. Next slide, please. So we'll start off with the concept of the fair return standard. So talking about this regulatory concept, or the principle of fair return standard, it's a principle that ensures public utilities are allowed to earn a reasonable return on their investments. And these investments refer to the capital infrastructure that is used by utilities to provide safe and reliable service. The value of this capital structure is often referred to as rate base, and that'll become an important term as we move through this presentation. The fair return standard or principle is intended to balance the interests of consumers and investors by ensuring consumers pay fair rates and receive reliable utility service. This also ensures financial stability for the utility, which allows for continued investment in the required utility infrastructure. The fair return standard has evolved over time and is rooted in regulatory and legal decisions which have established that utilities are entitled to a fair return for the investments made to provide utility service. And so we'll talk about three of these key principles. So first, the utility is able to maintain its long-term financial health. This is important for the sustainability of the utility and to ensure that the utility can cover its operational costs and invest in the required utility infrastructure. Financially healthy utilities can consistently maintain and upgrade infrastructure as required and continue to ensure that customers receive safe and reliable service. Second, the utility can attract capital on a reasonable basis. Attracting capital on reasonable terms ensures that the utility can access the required funding to operate the utility and make investments. This is crucial for funding ongoing capital investments such as projects related to supporting growth as well as life cycle replacement. Third, utility investors will earn a return equal to what they would earn on other investments of comparable risk. This principle ensures that an appropriate level of compensation is provided in accordance with the risk of making such investments. This principle aligns the returns of the utility company with those of the broader market, balancing investor expectations and market realities. When a regulator is making an assessment of what is an overall fair return for a utility, it needs to consider both the return on equity, that is the rate of return that it is allowed to earn on utility investment, as well as the proportion of the utility investment that is eligible to earn a return on. And so that's the difference between the return on equity and the equity ratio. And again, we'll explore these concepts a little deeper in the upcoming slides. However, ultimately, in order for a regulator to establish a fair return, it needs to consider the risks associated with the investments made. Next slide, please. So in this slide here, we break down how a utility's return is reflected in rates and how it's charged to customers. At a broad level, utility rates are designed to allow the utility to recover the costs of providing safe, reliable service and provide an opportunity to earn a fair return. As I had mentioned in the previous slide, a fair return is required for a utility to maintain its long-term financial health and stability. Therefore, it's important that a utility's rates include a fair return component. So as a whole, and to summarize what's reflected in utility rates, for EPCOR Water Services and most utilities, the rates will include a component to allow for the recovery of operating costs, which are the costs the utility will incur for the upcoming period, and they'll also include a component for the capital costs, which are recovered over time. And the capital costs include both the cost of the asset as well as associated financing costs. These costs are reflected as depreciation expense to recover the costs of the assets, and the financing costs relate to debt financing costs and equity financing costs. And again, in today's discussion, we're focused on the equity financing costs. So we'll jump to the next slide, please. So what we've prepared here is a graphic to help depict the flow of how the investments made in utility infrastructure interact with rates and how the return is calculated and ultimately how reinvestment is made. So on the left-hand side of the graphic, the green and gray boxes represent the investments made in utility infrastructure. So for our example, this is the cumulative investments made in the pipes and plants that collect and treat wastewater. Utility infrastructure is financed, in our example, 40% by equity and 60% by debt. What that means is that for every $100 in utility infrastructure investments or rate base, $40 of the funds for the investment come from the shareholder and $60 was financed through debt. The cost of financing this rate base is then included in rates, which you see as the set of boxes in the middle of the illustration. All of these costs are passed on to customers as part of our rate applications, including the return on equity. The return on equity reflects the utility's earnings or net income, and these funds are then used to pay a return back to the shareholder, typically in the form of a dividend, or they're also used to reinvest into future capital needs for utility infrastructure for either growth or life cycle replacement. The combination of the equity thickness of 40% and the ROE, which is reflected as 10.8% on this slide, results in an overall equity return of 4.32%. And so to be a little bit more clear about that, that's the 40% multiplied by the 10.8%. This 4.32% is multiplied by the rate base, which then becomes the utility's earnings, from which either funds are reinvested or paid to the shareholder through the form of a dividend. So we'll jump to the next slide, please. So talking a little bit more about the difference between return on equity and equity thickness. So as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, illustrated in the graphic on the previous slide, both the return on equity and the equity thickness are relevant to determining the total return for the utility. And that is because the combination of the two reflect the overall risk profile of the utility, and this assessment of risk is reviewed through the regulatory process. As risks will vary by industry, it's important that the regulator is able to make an informed assessment of risk. For example, if the regulator were to approve an overall return that more closely reflected the returns of a risk-free investment, such as a GIC, this would be in conflict with the fair return standard, as the risk of an investment in a GIC reflects a much lower risk of an investment in a utility. By the same token, approving a return that more closely corresponds with the expectations of an investor in a high-risk investment, such as a technology company, would result in rates that would reflect risks that are higher than one would expect for a utility. So it's incumbent on the regulator to ensure that the returns approved reflect the appropriate risk level. Otherwise, the earnings generated would not be consistent with the level required to balance the interests of customers, ensure there was financial stability for the utility, and ensure that it can continue to provide service safely and reliably, and also provide a return to the shareholder. Next slide, please. So that brings us to the question, how do we evaluate risk, and how did EPCOR approach this in our recently filed PBR application? So our application reflects an industry standard approach to developing a proposal for return on equity, and it's a rigorous bottom-up approach. More specifically, EPCOR engaged a cost of capital consultant with many years of experience researching and analyzing utilities and public markets to develop an appropriate return on equity. The cost of capital experts approach is the same approach used by most regulators in North America and involves developing assessments based on current and projected market conditions for utilities with similar business risks. I will not get into the details of how these analyses are performed, as that is thoroughly explained in our application and will be reviewed by city administration as well as the city's cost of capital expert. The result of this work is that our PBR application reflects a 10.8% return on equity, coupled with an equity thickness of 40%. It's important to note that for the wastewater collection utility, EPCOR is not proposing to reflect the full 10.8% into our rates until 2027. This is an extension of the commitment that we made to gradually align the wastewater collection ROE with the rest of EPCOR water services over time. In our previous PBR application, we intended to complete this alignment by 2026, but we've extended it by one additional year to mitigate the rate impacts for customers. This gradual phase-in of the ROE results in EPCOR foregoing approximately $26 million in revenue. The applied for ROE of 10.8% is slightly higher than the previously approved ROE of 9.89% before the adjustment for the deferral account. And this reflects the fact that the persistent inflation resulting post-pandemic has driven interest rates to levels that we have not seen since 2008. Next slide. So to help put this in context, what we've done is we've reviewed the returns of utilities across North America to assess the reasonability of our proposed ROE and equity thickness. We reviewed data on the approved returns for regulated U.S. water and wastewater utilities, and there's a considerable range in both the approved ROEs as well as the equity thickness. As you can see from the slide, the ROEs range from 8.7% to 10.27%, and the approved equity thickness ranges from 40% to 57%. Unfortunately, as there's no data for approved returns for regulated Canadian water and wastewater utilities of a similar size as EPCOR, there's no direct Canadian comparators. However, on this slide, we've included the approved return on equity and equity thickness for regulated Canadian gas and electric utilities. The ROEs range from 8.5% to 10.65%, and the equity thicknesses range from 37% to 46.5%. So you can see there's considerable variation. So as I discussed earlier, to gauge the overall risk, it's appropriate to look at the combination of both the return on equity as well as the equity thickness, and we'll do this in the next couple of slides. Next slide, please. So what we've prepared here is we've graphed the combination of the return on equity and the equity thickness for Canadian gas and electric utilities based on the most recently approved returns. As you can see, there's considerable variation. However, EPCOR's proposed return is within the range. EPCOR's proposal is indicated in the green line, and that's the 4.32% that I had mentioned earlier. Once consideration is given to the fact that water and wastewater utilities have higher business risk than the electric and gas distribution utilities, it's appropriate for the proposed return for EPCOR Water Services to be higher than some of the comparators shown on this slide here. Can we move to the next slide, please? We also prepared an illustration here of our proposed return in a North American context, and this is important because it includes water and wastewater utilities. So we've graphed the combination of the return on equity and the equity thickness for both U.S. regulated utilities and also for the Canadian regulated utilities. Again, as you can see, the EPCOR proposal falls in between both groups, which is not surprising given the data for the Canadian utilities does not include water or wastewater. It's also important to note that consideration of the U.S. utilities for two reasons. First, water and wastewater utilities data is relevant because they would reflect more business risks that are similar to EPCOR. And secondly, Canadian regulators, including the Alberta Utilities Commission as well as the British Columbia Utilities Commission, they also include U.S. data when they're making assessments of approved returns. Next slide, please. On this slide here, what we've provided is a historical view of the returns approved by the city for EPCOR. On a historic basis, throughout our regulatory proceedings, there's always been a comparison of the EPCOR wastewater return on equity versus the AUC approved return on equity. The purpose of this slide is to provide an update based on our applied for return on equity. Although we did not develop our proposal on this basis, it provides Utility Committee with another basis for assessing the overall reasonability of EPCOR's proposal. The difference between the most recently approved AUC ROE and EPCOR's applied for return on equity is in line with recent approvals and within the range. And in fact, it's slightly below the low end of the range, which was suggested by the city's cost of capital expert in the 2017 to 2021 PBR hearing. Next slide, please. So as we near the end of the presentation, I wanted to summarize some of the key differences between the AUC-regulated utilities and EPCOR Water Services. It's important to note that when the AUC establishes its approved returns for regulated gas and electric utilities, the AUC did not include any data from water or wastewater utilities. And what that means was that there was no specific consideration of the unique and increased business risks of the water and wastewater utilities. EPCOR's unique and elevated risks are briefly highlighted in this and the next slide. The first risk and difference I want to highlight is the risk associated with being responsible for the full water cycle. This refers to the fact that EPCOR Water Services is exposed to risk associated with the production of clean, safe, potable drinking water, the transmission and distribution of this water to our customers, the collection of both sanitary and stormwater, the treatment of this wastewater, and ultimately the return of the wastewater back to the North Saskatchewan River, where it is then utilized by communities downstream. By contrast, the gas and electric utilities, although faced with their own risks, are distributing the product. They're not creating the product. They're not responsible for the production or return of the product to its original source. Second risk I want to highlight is the risk associated with public health and the environmental aspect of the water and wastewater business. There are considerable health and environmental risks associated with producing and distributing an ingestible product. Health regulations and environmental compliance are increasingly stringent and ever-changing. In addition, managing environmental risks associated with climate change that include flooding risk, managing the impacts of extreme weather events, and stewardship of the North Saskatchewan River are unique risks to the water and wastewater business. Next slide, please. The final two risks I want to highlight as unique to the water and wastewater utilities relate to the difference in how capital is invested and recovered. First, there is a higher proportion of contributed assets for which EPCOR bears operational risks. As a utility does not earn a return on assets that are contributed, EPCOR water and wastewater utilities are exposed to greater risks on these assets for which we do not earn a return relative to the Alberta regulated gas and electric utilities. And secondly, I wanted to highlight the capital recovery risk. This risk relates to the fact that water and wastewater assets have longer expected service lives. This translates into higher risk as the collection period associated with these assets is longer, meaning that EPCOR water and wastewater are exposed to risks that the full investment may not be recovered and is exposed to higher risk of unexpected maintenance and replacement. Next slide. And so finally, this brings me to my last slide. And on an overall basis, EPCOR's PBR application reflects an industry standard approach to developing an overall return that is appropriate for the unique risks associated with our business. The proposed return is one component of our overall application, which results in an overall average annual bill increase of 2.9% for an average residential customer and 1.1% for an average commercial customer, which we believe is a very reasonable level of rate increase given current and recent inflationary pressures. EPCOR's proposed return on equity ensures that EPCOR will have the financial stability to continue to invest in the required infrastructure to safely and reliably provide wastewater services to the citizens of Edmonton. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go now to Mr. Beckett.
Well, this report is a very good summary of EPCOR's position on the matter, but it is EPCOR's position. As a utility regulator, you're going to be required to weigh EPCOR's position on this issue with the position of other participants, such as customers. And that information will be forthcoming. The city has indicated its intent to use its own cost of capital advisor, and there are still parallels to be drawn with the activities of the Alberta Utilities Commission that can be factored into this discussion as well. And part of my role as utility advisor will be to try to pull as much of that kind of information together as possible. I don't do utility rate of return calculations. You should be real clear on that. But I do an assessment of the relevance of the evidence that is being presented, and that's what I can promise that you'll get from my report.
Great. And that report would come with later in the process with the consideration of the actual rate filing?
Yes. My report is scheduled into the whole process, and so you'll see it in time to give it its due attention.
Thank you, Mr. Beckett. Councillor Stevenson. Oh, I'm sorry.
That was
Councillor
me.
Tang.
That's okay. I know I didn't log on to it. Yeah, thank you for this. I selected it because I think PBR is a really major undertaking, and if we have the opportunity to kind of break it down for a public discussion, I think it's worthwhile, and I think this is a really critical piece. And then just remind me, is this the last of kind of these individual parcels of presentations as part of the PPR?
Correct. The next time we will appear before Utility Committee is in September, and that's part of our routine cycle.
Great. And the return on equity is something that factors into every PBR application. Is that right?
Correct.
So what? And then is it the same? No. So like for the water, won't be a different set of calculations, would you say?
So the water return on equity is set for the next 2 years. So when we come back for the water renewal or extension of the water, we will have an updated proposal for return on equity.
It won't be just like using this one. It'll be a different set of considerations.
So the return on equity for the period, it's set based on current market conditions and assessment of approved returns for similar utilities, so it will be updated.
Okay. And just, I want to kind of just dive into the definition of equity thickness to help those who might be listening to this very riveting conversation. And it helps me as well. And if we have a lower percentage of equity thickness, it just means more of the capital investment will be on debt. Is that right?
Correct.
And that would be bad? Or uncertain, or more uncertain?
Well, it would put more financial risk on the utility. It would be financing more through debt, and it would result in lower earnings for the utility.
Okay.
What does lower earnings mean? It means less capability for investing in infrastructure and potentially an impact on returns for the shareholder.
Okay. And if equity thickness is more, that means we borrow less on debt, and that would be also not great.
So it's I guess it's you have to thread that needle, I guess, just right. And so our equity thickness currently, as we've been operating, is 40%. We're not proposing any changes to that. And you know, ultimately, I guess the theme of my presentation here is when you're establishing an appropriate return for the equity for the utility, you have to look at the risk, and the overall risk can be measured by looking at the equity thickness and the return on equity.
Yeah. And this particular discussion, and my understanding too is like we wear different hats at the city. So when we think about return on equity is a part of consideration for us as a shareholder. And then, because you have to kind of make sure that the shareholder gets the return that will be comparable to other types of investment. But as a utility regulator, we have to set the parameters for that consideration factor into the PBR.
So, yeah, it's a tricky balance for council, but you are acting as the utility regulator,
Yep.
and you need to consider the interests of customers, of shareholders,
Right.
and balance that out. Now, in this particular case, you are also the shareholder, and you need to set that aside.
I understand, but I'm just saying like this particular discussion occurred to me that there's like just a reminder that we wear different hats when it comes to this particular utility, and this is kind of an example of like when we have to wear our share. No, not right now, but like ultimately, that's one group. And then I guess just to Mr. Beckett, I know you'll do a pretty full-on report on the rate itself, but I mean, just your background, a lot of it is in the energy, electricity side. Any kind of preliminary thoughts? Sneak peek around your reaction to that 10.8 and then phased in over the 3 years.
Well, the one area that I think I'll be focusing on is risk mitigation. If there are opportunities available to reduce EPCOR's risk, then that would result in a lower recommended rate of return and equity thickness. Whether or not those risk mitigation techniques are attractive to you as the regulator is a different issue. The main one would be deferral accounts, and we've had a pretty fulsome discussion on deferral accounts today. But the other area that you tend to look at is the qualifications of the consultant who's done the work for EPCOR. EPCOR chose that consultant. And if the consultant has a history of working almost entirely for utilities, rather than spreading their expertise across utility interests and customer interests, then that's an issue that you have to take into account as well. And that was highlighted, I think, 2 PBRs ago, where the consultant consistently recommended much higher returns than the regulators actually approved. But it's early days to be saying any of this. It's just the things that you tend to look at.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. Those were very helpful questions of Councillor Tang. So when we're looking at equity thickness, I know at the city we take, when we're looking at whether things are paid for sort of upfront or with debt, we think about the generational equity. Is that a principle that you bring into this?
Yes, it is. So what we do through our, rate design or cost allocation methodology is allocate costs to the appropriate customers, as well as for example, the capital costs, they're brought into rates over time. So that ensures that the individuals that are receiving the service are paying their appropriate share of that. So that's definitely a consideration in the establishment of rates.
Okay. And again, just in terms of below rate of inflation, again, we're ensuring that there's no deferred maintenance. There's no concern there about condition rating of any of the assets or things needing replacement that are not being replaced.
Correct, and maybe this goes back, Councillor, to your earlier question. And so, really, the commitment to phase in the ROE, it's just following through on our earlier commitment to phase in the drainage ROE over time, recognizing at the same time, customers are experiencing a lot of inflationary pressure, and so it's just extending that out one more year. We're not making any reductions to capital. Like, we assess our capital based on asset management plans, inspections, and going back to what Frank talked about earlier, there is a reduction in the capital in this PBR relative to the previous PBR, but you can attribute that to specific large capital projects that are either completed or in the process of being completed.
Okay, great.
If I could add to that,
sure.
Councillor Stevenson, is that in this is general for any PBR framework, we have performance standards we have to meet. And they are fairly comprehensive, and so that's what keeps, in a theoretical sense, the utility from becoming unbounded and say, well, we're going to maximize our earnings here by not doing any maintenance. It's like then we won't meet our performance standards, and there's financial penalties for that. So kind of keeps us in a neat little triangle of balancing all these things: rates, customers, proper service, if that helps.
Great, thank you. Yep, perfect.
Thank you, Councillor Jansen.
Thank you. So, I'm interested in this fair return standard. As Councillor Tang kind of alluded to, we kind of have an interesting position here, because if EPCOR generates a greater return on equity, that will contribute to a greater or a healthier or a sustainability of the dividend paid to the City of Edmonton. Maybe I'll ask Mr. Beckett. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes. The higher the achieved rate of return, the more cash that is available for the dividend. There's only two places that cash goes. One is to dividends, and the other is to additional investment.
Additional investment in terms of capital or also operations, right? No?
Capital.
Just capital. So is there, there's also an employment benefit to EPCOR, right? Like they could hire more staff, they could have healthier bonuses or salaries or other monetary incentives too, right?
I don't know the specifics of EPCOR's compensation strategy, but it is quite common to have performance contracts that pay out bonuses based on results achieved. So that is one potential use of the return on equity. But other than that, the capital, it's meant to be capital, and it should be directed towards capital projects.
Is there a contemplation of compensation in a PBR, or like a compensation structure, bonusing, any of that? Is that considered, or is that just, it's sort of just hived off as a?
No, it's usually part of the application, because it forms part of the revenue requirement.
Right. The other piece, are we inadvertently creating an incentive to use more capital or do more projects for the utility?
Well, there's always an incentive for the utility to invest, because investment leads to earnings. And so it's the role of the regulator, who acts in the absence of competition in this particular space, to ensure that any capital investment is reasonably required. And so you do that in a PBR. You do that when the rates are rebased. So this upcoming process, you're going to look back at all of the capital decisions that EPCOR made in the last 5 years and determine whether or not they were prudent. If they weren't prudent, then you disallow them and they don't earn any money on them. If they were prudent, then they're included in rate base. So there are checks and balances, but you've put your finger on one of the things that regulators always look at very carefully, which is the prudence of the capital expenditures that are being made.
So the profit is essentially the return on equity.
Yes.
And EPCOR's interest here is to maximize that return on equity, essentially.
Well, and that's the purpose of the PBR as well. You're
So-
incenting EPCOR to maximize its profit by finding innovative ways to manage its costs, to bring them in lower than would otherwise occur in the absence of a PBR.
Okay. This will be a very interesting journey. Thank you.
Thank you. So maybe let's back up a step. this whole rate filing has many component parts. It's the recovery of the cost to operate the system. And in the Edmonton context, we're talking about operating the infrastructure in Edmonton for people that pay rates in Edmonton. It's discrete from any other infrastructure that EPCOR owns in any other place. You need to say yes into microphones so that, yeah.
That is correct.
Yeah, because people are listening and not watching you nod virtually, right? Yeah. So in that context then, as part of the rate filing, we need to get EPCOR needs to get the operation costs back.
Correct.
Operation costs include things like servicing debt,
Yes.
debt repayments. It includes things like, operating costs include things like salaries and benefits and the like.
Correct.
When it comes to so this is one of those pieces. And so what we're talking about is how much EPCOR invested in infrastructure and what, call it profit, or what rate of return they ought earn on that infrastructure.
That's correct.
But that is not the whole rate that somebody pays. Like when I look at my EPCOR bill, all those things that come down to a bottom line, that bottom amount of money that I pay is not just the rate of return on infrastructure. It's the totality of all of the pieces that go into the rate filing.
That is correct, Councillor Carmel, and that's what we tried to illustrate on the diagram on slide 5.
Right.
There's various components, and we could blow this out into a giant slide, but yeah, there's various.
Ms. Padbury, I'm going to have a question for you in a second. Sorry. So there's all those component parts. So my question then is, here we go, is contextually, how big a piece of the puzzle is this rate of return? And perhaps asking in a different way. On one of the slides, you said that the rate is going to be 2.9% for the annual average residential bill. So if we used a lower, and I think, correct me, but I think the rate of return that's been suggested is 9.3% instead of 10.8%. What's the sensitivity of that?
So, Councillor Carmel, that's something I can
Come back with
a sensitivity on that.
Like if the rate of return goes down by that amount and the average bill goes down negligibly, that's part of the question. Okay.
Yes.
Sorry, Ms. Badbury. I'm sorry. There was Mr. Beckett indicated that the consultant that is providing some insight and advice on rates of return has been hired by EPCOR. But there's a City of Edmonton piece to this about return on capital investment that's going to be done through their review, correct?
Yes, and I'm maybe going to just defer to Mr. Wright to answer this.
Oh, all right. I'm sorry. And then my follow-on question then is, we'll be hiring, pardon me, the City of Edmonton will be hiring a consultant presumably to help with that?
Yeah, that's correct,
Yeah.
Councillor Cardinal. We brought in a consultant to help us with the PBR application and reviewing the return on equity.
And that's a different consultant than the one that EPCOR has retained for their advice
Correct.
So far?
Yes.
So we will get input from a different consultant?
Right.
And, of course, from Mr. Beckett himself. Yeah. I think those are all my questions. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, I was going to move the receipt of information. And then just a quick question, follow up on that. Do we have city's own external consultant to kind of review this last filing?
So yeah, as city administration, we review the PBR application as well, but for some of those more complex items like the return on equity, that's where we bring in a consultant to help us with that review.
And you had that last filing?
Right, every filing, yeah.
Okay, so it's typical, like a standard process.
Correct.
Okay, great. Okay, that's all.
Any further questions? So we have a motion on the floor speaking to the collection of conversations we've had today. Oh. Okay. Well then, to close, okay, go ahead, Councillor Tang. Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you very much for all the series of discussions that you have brought forward. Again, from from my end, we often do hear from residents and businesses about they're dealing with EPCOR. Oftentimes it is about billing and concerns around affordability, and then so I do think that this next upcoming filing is going to be a very critical one, and actually to be able to have different components of this pretty massive undertaking broken down in pieces, in stages, certainly has helped my understanding. And I, appreciate that we're going to have a lot more thorough discussion come fall, including the report from the utility advisor. I'm very much looking forward to that. And just, for those who are interested in following this process, this is all for information. And we receive it, and there will be such a process that we heard in the first discussion that July 15th is a bit of a deadline for the formal period of question and answering, but it sounds like there'll be lots of engagement opportunities, even though the survey has closed, but there will continue to be engagement opportunities, opportunity to ask questions. I certainly as a counselor will help try to gauge and pique the interest of those I represent with this process. It is lengthy, it is technical, and not gonna lie, I think when we started on this, I felt quite daunted by it, but I do find the breakdown of the reports helpful. I'm printing the PBR application as we speak, over 200 pages. On top of that, another 17 appendices. This is gonna be my summer reading, and I look forward to kind of dive into that and really immerse myself in utility regulation. Anyways, thank you for all the work that have gone into it. I know there's still so much work behind the scenes. I do find it's interesting that what we're talking about, has so much implications around, climate, around affordability. It's a things that oftentimes we don't see. Some of it is, underground, and some of it is more not so intuitive when we think about the services that we pay for. Looking forward to this process, and looking forward to that more rigorous debate come September. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Okay, so that concludes our EPCOR items. We have effectively one more item on the agenda, that's Blatchford. We do have a few speakers. I'm wondering how long the admin presentation is, if we can do that before noon.
I believe it's about 9 slides, so we should be able to just get it in.
Okay, why don't we do the presentation, and then we'll break and come back to speakers at 1:30. I'll note for the speakers that you're welcome to join virtually if you'd rather do that. I know you're here, but if you want to relocate and join us through the meet, that's okay too. Yeah. This is the test. Yeah, you passed.
Good morning. So we have a joint presentation for both agenda items. My name is Christian Falski. I'm the Director of Renewable Energy Systems within our Infrastructure Department. With me today is Stephen Chung, the Finance Director for Utilities and Land Development. So we are here today to present the Blatchford Renewable Energy Utility Annual Business Plan. This plan provides an overview of the utility's development, including its strategic plan and key activities, as well as operational, financial, and regulatory updates. This all with a focus on the next 4 years of operation. We know that approximately 40% of Edmonton's greenhouse gas emissions come from residential buildings and commercial buildings. With this in mind, the district energy sharing system plays a critical role in achieving City Council's long-term vision for Blatchford to achieve carbon neutrality and use of 100% renewable energy. Next slide, please. Thank you. The district energy sharing system is also a critical part of Edmonton's community energy transition strategy, which identifies a complete citywide district energy network to be built out by 2050. The strategy identifies this district energy network as a big win action in the city's climate ambitions, as it is expected to contribute significant emissions reductions through the provision of low-carbon thermal energy for space heating and cooling. You see a network of opportunity areas on this slide and the Blatchford location as the red dot. Projections see the potential of a greenhouse gas reduction in the order of 230,000 tons of CO2 equivalent per year at full build-out of all 15 opportunity areas. Next slide, please. The district energy sharing system in Blatchford is proof of what's possible for Edmonton's energy transition. For 5 years now, the system has successfully been delivering uninterrupted renewable heating and cooling services to Blatchford homes. It's also a leader in size and innovation. It's set to be one of the largest district energy sharing systems in North America and has already been recognized with international awards. On the ground today, the expansion of the first community energy center, Energy Center 1, has been completed on schedule and under the expected project budget. The expansion was needed to meet energy demand for buildings in land development stages in Blatchford, which will continue to come online in the next few years. You see the second highly efficient industrial heat pump installed on the right side of the slide here. The utility is also focusing on expanding the piping network, which distributes the energy from the energy center to the homes in the community. Blatchford Renewable Energy will continue to focus on maintaining the utility's operational performance while developing the next energy center, which will provide peak and base load for the community. Focus areas for the next 4 years business plan include continuing the utility's operational reliability and planning and constructing its growth in parallel with the land development and builder activity on site. The utility recently updated its master plan, which provides a roadmap for development of district energy infrastructure alongside the land development in Blatchford. Land development information drives the updating of energy requirements and utility infrastructure costs. Some specific updates to the master plan include: we see some slight changes to the development forecast and building type development, which have resulted in a small adjustment to the required heating and cooling loads. Also, preliminary design on the sewer heat exchange energy center shows a small decrease in the energy generation previously anticipated from the center. The utility is working on offsetting this decrease by extending other renewable energy sources in the community, such as geo-exchange and implementing alternative low or zero carbon fuels into the energy mix. This also includes work on the peaking energy sources and infrastructure, as this was discussed previously at Utility Committee. Special focus was given to exploring the community to reduce the total number of energy centers from 6 to 4 and to optimize their locations in the community. This reduction would not impact the total energy output expected from the centers. It will, however, potentially optimize and reduce the utility's future capital and operating cost, simplify project delivery, and increase the amount of land that the city can develop and sell to home builders, resulting in potential increased revenue. As directed by committee, the utility also conducted a feasibility study on the potential to extend and benefit from service connections outside of the currently identified service area of Blatchford. The study identified 12 key opportunity buildings which could potentially be integrated in the utility over time. Being located outside of the service areas of the utility, any potential connection would have to be subject to both parties agreeing on technical and cost arrangement in accordance with the utility bylaw. The utility has established initial contact with the 12 building owners and will evaluate potential extensions at the right moment in time. I'm handing it over for Stephen now.
Thank you, Christian. Financial sustainability for the utility is assessed by three key financial indicators. This slide highlights when each of these indicators will be met. These are net income, cash flow position, and the debt to net assets ratio. These key financial indicators are being evaluated through financial modeling over a 50-year life cycle. The 50-year life cycle includes the forecasted completion of the Blatchford Land Development 2040, as well as the initial renewal cost for capital infrastructure. The financial modeling results are also contingent on a required non-refundable cash infusion and that utility rates are comparable to business as usual, or BAU. Based on current financial modeling, all three financial indicators are forecasted to be met before the end of the model's 50-year life cycle in 2066. Net income is forecasted to break even in 2029. This will continue to be positive going forward as the utility be earning sufficient revenue to cover operating costs on an annual basis. The utility's cash position is forecast to be positive in 2052. In the interim, the utility will be accessing bridge financing through the City of Edmonton's working capital to manage any operating and cash shortfalls as the utility grows and progresses towards long-term financial sustainability. As of the end of 2023, the balance utilized is $16.4 million. Payback of the bridge financing, along with interest, is forecasted to begin in 2031 when the utility is generating sufficient cash, with full payback being achieved in 2052 to coincide with a positive cash balance. The utility's debt to net asset ratio is forecast to be met in 2066 as the utility's debt financing compared to its non-contributed capital asset base falls between the 50 to 70% target range. The following slide presents the utility's forecast progression towards long-term sustainability. The financial information is broken out to show annual results every 5 years starting in 2030 and ending in 2060. The final year is 2066, which is the last year in the 50-year life cycle. As the utility is able to begin leveraging positive net income starting in 2029, cash position begins to improve from 2035 onward. This also coincides with the utility being able to begin payback of the bridge financing starting in 2031, full payback by 2052, and continued positive cash position going forward. The utility's improved cash position also results in an improved debt to net assets ratio over time as the utility has more cash available for capital financing once the bridge financing is paid back in 2052. The increase in the ratio from 2045 to 2055 is primarily due to the required investment in the renewal of the initial capital infrastructure. The debt to net asset ratio is the last financial indicator to be met as payback of bridge financing is prioritized. This is demonstrated by the decrease in the ratio after 2055 as more cash will be available for capital financing once the bridge financing has been paid back. Achievement of the financial indicators in this time frame is generally considered reasonable due to financial sustainability being largely tied to the utility being able to support the required capital investment. This is supported by the fact that the Blatchford Land Development is not forecast to be completed until 2040, and the majority of the renewal costs for initial capital infrastructure will not start being incurred until around 2045. As previously mentioned, the achievement of the financial indicators is contingent on the receipt of a required $93 million non-refundable cash infusion. Administration has recently secured $23.7 million in external grant funding. Assuming the entire grant is received, this would leave a remaining funding gap of $69 million. Administration continues to explore other funding opportunities and will bring forward any viable options for it as available. In terms of timing, current financial modeling assumes the $69 million will be largely secured by 2028. This is due to the fact that generally grant funding is awarded based on future capital investment. This is also in alignment with the forecasted capital spend required to support the current land development forecast. As the current energy center is forecasted to be sufficient to satisfy expected energy load requirements until 2027, the decision on the type and timing of the next major capital expansion will need to be assessed based on the growth of the utility's customer base over the next few years. Future capital investment will only proceed at the speed supported by land development requirements and the resulting forecasted utility customer growth. If the required capital investment and timing of capital spend changes as a result, the amount and timing of the required non-refundable cash infusion will also need to be reevaluated. If external funding is not secured in time, there may be a need to reevaluate BAU or potentially explore other alternative funding options. In terms of BAU is an estimate of what an average ratepayer outside of Blatchford would pay for heating, cooling, and utility maintenance, factoring energy usage and energy rates. Current utility rates continue to be below BAU and have historically been below BAU by a historical average of 6.6%. Comparing BAU to Blatchford utility rates is a unique process, as heating and cooling is provided by the Blatchford utility through the use of heat pumps, while electricity and maintenance costs are provided by external providers. These nuances, plus the potential mix of regulated and non-regulated rates for different energy sources being paid by ratepayers, can introduce complexities when comparing utility costs during rate setting. That said, currently there is no immediate need to revalue BAU. However, there may be a need to revisit the process in the future to address operational opportunities, potential funding issues, and to better support long-term financial sustainability of the utility. In addition, the utilities also bring forward a utility fiscal policy update that reflects a more holistic approach in evaluating the financial indicators. This change will ensure more strategic financial decision-making by incorporating lessons learned based on the current financial and regulatory environment. In addition, changes have been made to promote, where applicable, greater consistency between other City of Edmonton utility fiscal policies to ensure a more consistent methodology across the city. An example would be addition of the debt service coverage ratio. This ratio assesses whether the utility is generating enough revenue to cover debt servicing costs. Additional language updates and changes were also made where applicable. I will now hand the presentation back to Christian to close.
Thanks, Steve. So next steps, what we're looking for here from committee today is to recommend approval of the utility fiscal policy update to City Council. On the other side, all of this information we will combine and present in more detail for the annual budget and 2025 utility rate filing, which will be presented to Utility Committee in the fourth quarter of 2024. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We are now in recess till 1:30. Thank you. 2024 meeting of utility. We have had our presentation from administration. I think what I'll do is maybe go to Mr. Beckett first to see if, what his thoughts are on these two reports, and then we'll go to our speakers. If that's okay, Mr. Beckett?
I really had nothing to add on these two.
Oh, okay. Very good. Then we'll go to our speakers. Let's see. So we have John Clark from Niche Development Corporation. Now, he was going to be here in person. Oh, you are here. Oh, okay. Wonderful. I didn't see you down there. And followed by David Dodge, who I think is joining us remotely.
I'm here.
Great. Thank you. Just so everybody knows, you'll have 5 minutes to make your presentation, either online or in person. If you're in person, then the lights will come on the console here. Green for the first 4 minutes, yellow for the final minute, and red means 5 minutes are up. For those of you online, there'll be a timer that will appear in one of the windows. We have 3 speakers. Once everybody is done, we'll take questions from councillors to our speakers. So thank you very much for participating. Really appreciate it. Over to you, Mr. Clark. Just right from there is fine. Yep. Yep.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is John Clark. I am the president of Niche Development Corporation, and forgive my cold/allergies today. Niche is an infill builder and has been exclusively using geo-exchange technology for several years in all of our buildings. Niche was a pre-qualified builder in Blatchford. We applied on day one as it was opened up because it fit within the basics for niche developments, infill, sustainable buildings. Niche entered into a contract with some parties to build a building in Blatchford, and Niche withdrew and sold out after Niche realized all the issues with the district energy system, along with other architectural controls. Niche has been drilling its own geothermal for years and was banned in Blatchford from adding its own geothermal system to its own building, and we were being forced to connect to the district energy system. And the big problem with the district energy system, in my personal opinion, is the term building as usual. Because for me, building as usual has been geo-exchange since 2006, when I built Edmonton's first zero-emission buildings, and that nobody actually knows about to this day. So for me, building as usual is what I do, and it's cheap and it's free. So when somebody's trying to charge me an enormous amount of money based on some utility rate, I stood back and said, I don't believe this to be economically viable in any form or fashion. And as a developer, I figured my building was going to end up in bankruptcy once it was built. So I withdrew from the project, sold out, and said, I'll just go find other land nearby, which is within the same distance to the LRT stations, and gives me the same ability to build essentially zero-emission, environmentally sustainable buildings that lots of people like to live in because they're concrete, steel, and they're a great place to live. But I don't have any of these regulatory requirements, and I don't have this utility I have to connect to with a pile of regulations that make it even more expensive. So as Niche is a development company, we have withdrawn from Blatchford until further notice because we cannot work under the current regulations in that neighborhood. And the reason, in my opinion, why the development has not taken off like it should has been because of those regulations on the energy systems. And trying to explain it to a financer, a lender, or even my banker is impossible because I can't understand it. And what I know, after my last building, my gas bill was $1,000 a month for 70 units. So for $12,000 a year, that's a reasonable price to pay for your energy. But under Blatchford, I was looking for the same size of building at over $360,000 a year for the equivalent service. So why would I pay $360,000 a year versus $10,000 a year? It makes absolutely no sense. And currently, the city is handcuffing themselves because they're choosing to put these regulations in Blatchford, which is blocking the development for housing. And for Niche, we've seen what the city has done, and I'll keep my comments publicly too. We believe that the city needs to step back and look at their district energy system from an entirely new perspective. Niche agrees with the theory and principle, and Niche agrees with the idea that the city's proposing here, but technologically, we are the experts in the room. My colleague, Mr. Barr here, who speaks last, between the two of us, we've done most geothermal projects in the province of Alberta in the last 20 years, and we technically know that what the city is proposing doesn't work. My last two comments are, when the city designed Blatchford,
knowing that you needed to use heat pumps and power, they undersized the power to the entire development. So it made it impossible to build, whether it's townhomes or otherwise. And then with the geothermal, and I do appreciate the pretty picture earlier of that heat pump, but I've been doing geo-exchange technology for 20 years, and I've never spent that kind of money on a heat pump in my life. And it's not required for buildings to operate. Every building is self-sufficient, can drill its own geothermal field, and the city really does not have to spend any more money on this job. And in my opinion, if the city was to relax the regulations on the district energy, the development in Blatchford would take off. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Next, we'll go to David Dodge, who's joining us remotely, followed by Thomas Barr. Mr. Dodge.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here. I'm here to talk mostly, I'd love to talk more about Blatchford, but I'm here mostly to talk about district energy and geothermal, as the previous guest did. The Energy Transition Advisory Committee considers geothermal and district energy to be two of the key things that we can actually do. If buildings are responsible for about a third of emissions in Edmonton, this is one of the biggest actions we can do to have the biggest impact over the long term. This is pretty serious stuff, but it's one of those things we can actually do something about. In 2019, Oslo, Norway, one of the leading cities taking climate action in the world, banned fossil fuel heating and in buildings. And since then, their emissions in buildings have plummeted to 6% of total emissions. Most of that has been heat pumps. Representatives of the natural gas industry themselves have told me and us that natural gas's days are probably numbered for heating buildings because there's no practical way to capture emissions from natural gas. Geothermal and heat pumps are mature, affordable, and being deployed all over the world. Air source heat pumps may work in individual homes, but geothermal is even better, but quite expensive for a single home. District geothermal, or geothermal in larger buildings, offers a suite of benefits that no other solution we're aware of can match. And it's one of the most important ways the city can help achieve our energy transition goals already established. It makes every single home connected more efficient, potentially emissions-free for heating, and thanks to heat pump technology, it provides cooling at up to 700% efficiency. On a smaller scale, the Salvation Army, as the previous guest was alluding to, used geothermal on an individual building level to heat 175 units. They expect to save $6 million over the life of that installation. This is the single most important action that I think the city can take, or we think the city can take, offering the largest potential reduction in emissions. I too cringe at the costs of this so far, the district energy that is, but this is very important work to do to set the stage for a future with this kind of heating, which will almost certainly come down in cost. And this appears to be the plan for the city, and that is to seek private partners or owners. Our commitment to this, is the timer going? I can't see it if it is.
It is. It's in a green window on the online. Yeah, you have
Okay.
2:30 left.
Okay, thanks. And this appears to be the plan to look for private partners and or private owners, which obviously is a much better solution over the long run. Finally, time is of the essence. This is an action we can take. This is an action that offers a big prize in terms of emissions, comfort, and economic development down the road. Approximately 80% of the energy we use in homes is heating, for heating or hot water, and geothermal can help reduce this by up to 80%. Every neighborhood that is developed using conventional energy from here going forward is a future liability that will cost a great deal more to fix as assets become stranded. It's entirely expected that the idea of geothermal and geothermal district systems is going to grow, become more economic, and along with heat pumps, form the core of building heating and cooling systems around the world. Just like solar, wind power, batteries, EVs, and a dozen other technologies, it will get cheaper, it will attract investment, and be one of the most elegant solutions we invest in. But the work we're doing now, it is pretty critical in terms of figuring this out, in terms of timing, as I alluded to before, and because we need to help set the table to be able to do this, and somebody has to go first. Blatchford does need a critical mass of building types, because big buildings are cooling dominant, small buildings are heating dominant, and a mixed system or blended energy system actually works better. There is room for alternative strategies, we believe, at Blatchford in particular, and that, in fact, was one of the first recommendations we made in 2018 when we were set up. So we think it's important to allow the district energy to play out. We think it'll be an important solution, but we also think it's important to, instead of just saying we like alternatives, to facilitate them, as the previous guest alluded, because there are a number of builders that would like to do that sort of thing, either a localized geothermal system for a multi-unit building, or their own systems, perhaps using air source heat pumps. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dodge. We'll now go to Thomas Barr.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Thomas. I've been working in the alternative energy market since about 2007, designing, developing, and constructing high-performance mechanical electrical systems in the conventional built environment. I am currently an owner's representative for a first multifamily project in Blatchford, and I am a very strong advocate of what Blatchford is trying to achieve and what they are working towards. With that being said, I agree with Mr. Dodge on a lot of his comments. Geo-exchange or shared energy systems are some of the highest performing energy systems on the market. They are one of the single most important pieces of reducing our emissions factors, including building envelope systems. So with that said, for the last 18 months, I have been working with the land sale team and the district energy team to negotiate and finalize a framework for us to develop our multifamily mixed-use building in the Blatchford program. With that said, typically when I invest into higher capital costs, into things such as building envelope enhancements, mechanical systems, or electrical on-site generation, I tend to receive a benefit on my operational costs. And in the early days of our negotiations and development with the district energy team, the business as usual rate system was not in line with that same philosophy. Typically, I would again see an operational savings. In this, I did not. So without getting into the weeds of it, I do recommend that the city evaluate a number of different maybe pivots in which they can evaluate on how Blatchford can, shift their strategies in either to increase their absorption or adoption rate, or to get more builders wanting to come develop there. And some of those things might be adjusting the land sale and the district energy permitting process to align more with your development permitting process, as there's 3 different streams in which I have to go through to achieve acceptance of the land sale, to achieve acceptance of the district energy design system, and to go through the normal development and building permit process. These have been very onerous, and they've been very, not problematic, but tedious, in which we've had to expend additional costs and time and resources to develop. So I'd encourage that to be done. I would encourage reevaluating the rate program, in which they look at maybe an adoption of a shared energy system where you get credits for submitting additional cooling back to the grid, rather than just being charged for cooling and heating. So again, I would encourage looking at the rate system, and I would look at how, rather than providing all these district energy restrictions on how we build our buildings, that they give us maybe different parameters in which we can build our buildings to our specifications that achieve a higher level of standard and performance, in which then we just connect to the district energy system. It's again been very convoluted and very complicated in a lot of the different engineering studies that we've had to undertake. Again, I'd like to say that I'm a very big proponent of what shared energy systems can achieve in our strategy to reduce emissions and to provide higher performing communities. And to what Mr. Dodge was also adhering to, this might also include bringing in other cooling dominant buildings from adjacent properties, such as Kingsway Garden Mall, or the light industrial facilities on the north side. This would allow the reduction or the need to expand the current district energy system by bringing in cooling dominant systems, where again the heating dominant units, such as the single use or row homes, can balance the overall energy out. Again, this may allow us to adjust the rate system in which I'm not paying 5 times the rate of energy, in which, again, I could then start to achieve a cost savings operationally from the additional cost expenditures that I have to put into my building envelope, my mechanical, and my electrical systems. Again, thank you for your time. Any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Great, thank you. Thank you for all your submissions. I guess I'll go to Councillor Jans first then.
So, I was trying to take notes as quickly as I could. If I am to infer, speaker number one, your advice is we open this whole thing up, kind of cap it where we are, and then open from there. Am I summarizing you correctly?
Not exactly. My advice would be this. Let individual builders, like if I'm building a multifamily building, let me drill my own geothermal field. Let me hook up to your system, and then it's a shared system. That is really what a shared district system is. But right now, I'm banned from drilling my own geothermal on my own property, so I can't do anything to accentuate the system.
It's an install problem. After that, we're in harmony. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, I can ask about that. Speaker number two, Mr. Dodge, you're saying build it out. It's important to have a critical mass of players, but do allow for some flexibility too. Am I understanding you correctly?
Absolutely. And that was a recommendation we made years ago, and nothing really happened with that. And I think that had to do with some builders not coming in quickly. Of course, now we see there is some of the big boys are starting to come in, and I predict that Blatchford is going to do a lot better over time from here on in. But I hadn't actually thought of this idea the other speaker just said, which is actually doing your own geothermal system, but still tying into the district system. I'm not aware of that or even how that would work, but we were in favor of flexibility. So the way I'd sum it up is we would really like to see the district energy system play out. But we also believe there needs to be room for other technologies and innovation. And, if they figure out how to do it better, great. All the power to them.
So if I can trouble you, I don't know if you're able to pull up that correspondence, but being as I wasn't on council 2 years ago, I'm sure some of my colleagues too would be interested in reading it if you're able to resubmit your version 1 feedback. If you have it.
I'll look for it. It was 2018
you were the
or
chair
19.
at the time, weren't you? No? Okay,
I was, yes.
I digress. And speaker 3, same line of questioning. Your recommendation is, like, I'm trying to get the 3 bowls of porridge here. Are we all kind of on the same page here that all 3 of you are saying we agree with it in principle, we just need some flexibility on the implementation?
Absolutely. The technology is phenomenal, right?
Okay. So there's the question we have that we'll have to get back to administration, Mr. Beckett, on about the sustainability of the existing project. How do you think we should think about that?
We're going to be moving forward with our project regardless. We've found a way to balance our economics, but it's been a struggle and an uphill. And I understand energy better than most, having studied it for a majority of my career, even taught it at NAIT. And so most builders are not as sophisticated as John and myself are in a lot of these different facets. And so it's taken us 18 months to balance out that economics.
So if I could be blunt, because I have 2 minutes, what would you like the committee to do today? We're receiving
I'd
these
like
reports.
to reevaluate the way that the rate system is currently done and allow us to potentially look at a microgen type of program similar to that is done with solar, but with thermal energy, where if I have a cooling surplus and it's a heating demand, I might get a credit back for that. Again, I'm looking at energy intensity for a building and a footprint that allows us to better manage our own systems internally. Right now, if I build into your development, I have to build an ETS room or an energy transit room or service room that you own and operate. I want to own and operate my own system within my own building so that I can maintain and manage it to the best level of efficacy that I can.
So tight ends loose means we still achieve our energy scores.
Correct.
We still are meeting our sustainability goals.
Correct.
Which is a little more flexibility on the user side.
Correct.
And Speaker 1, did you want to comment too?
One comment to that is if you take our advice, we can show you how to do it without costing the city any more money.
Well, this is a great conversation. Really appreciate it. I've got some questions for admin, and I'll yield my time.
Thank you. So I've been itching to have this conversation for a month. So I sure did. Mr. Barr, so I mean, maybe using the solar panel, I just want to dig into that analogy a little bit further. So I got solar panels on my roof. When that generates more electricity than I'm using in that moment, that energy goes back into the electrical grid.
That's correct.
Right? And I charge for that. I get paid for the energy that I transfer to the grid.
You get a return on the energy rate, not the distribution, but the energy rate, yes.
Right. And then when it's dark out and I'm watching TV, then electricity is coming into my house and I'm paying for that to come into my house. That's a charge in my bill.
Correct.
In the Blatchford example, you would have to hook up your solar panels, but you would not get credit for any energy coming off your panels into the grid, right?
In the analogy, yes, correct.
Right, in the analogy. And in the analogy, the Blatchford utility would own the solar panels, own the switches, and own the closet in my basement where all that equipment is stored.
Correct.
So if we want to get to a shared utility basis, then the economics make much more sense. Fair?
Correct.
So then I want to go to Mr. Clark for a minute. So you've talked about the buildings, and I want to sort of dig into a few of the other things here. So let's presume that you can drill your own holes, go to a ground source heat pump, connect your excess energy to the utility. Is there any other thing that is in the way of you building your building under that scenario?
No.
In Blatchford?
No, the architectural controls suck, but we could get past them. You could deal with the architectural controls in the neighborhood because they are different from the other zoning rules, but the utility is the single largest reason why I won't build there.
Okay, so if you were not compelled to connect to the utility, and it didn't come with all of those other ownership things and expenses and all of that, you could build your building. We sold you a patch of land up by that mothballed LRT station. You could build tomorrow.
I would, all day.
What's that building going to look like?
I could send everybody some renderings of other buildings. We would have a high energy efficient building. It's built out of hollow core precast concrete and structural steel. We use geo exchange. We put solar panels on the roof. We have a high efficiency envelope which has triple glazed windows and extra insulation. It's a high quality building that people like to live in.
And you've got a boiler system running on natural gas just in case?
No.
No?
Nothing.
You don't have that?
I don't need that. I don't need a backup. I've done this for 20 years. I do not put backups in my buildings. I don't have to. Geothermal works. Your refrigerator is a heat pump, just so everyone's aware. And your refrigerator's worked for the last 75 years. So in all of my buildings, I've never had a heat pump problem or a heat failure. And my buildings have been tested from -50 to +40.
But if you connect to the Blatchford utility, you need that redundancy.
I don't know why, but that's the city rules. That's why I'm here today, is to ask for those rules to be relaxed.
And that's one of the rules that you would have relaxed?
Yes, please.
What about other services? What other utilities? Drainage, water? We talked a lot about water this morning.
All I need is domestic water, sanitary, and storm, and a power connection. We no longer hook up gas to our buildings.
You need the power connection because of that solar panel thing that
Solar power, I mean, our solar, with cogens and solar, I don't necessarily have to hook up to the grid, but it's a requirement for fire alarm and a few things to have 99.9% uptime.
And this would be a 6-story building with how many units?
Roughly 200 units, 6 stories.
And the rents would be way more expensive than other places in the city?
No, sir. Our rents that we usually charge are what we call market rents or average rents, and if not, anything a little bit more affordable. Our 1 bedrooms go for $1,250, our 2 bedrooms go for $1,650, and our 3 bedrooms go for $1,950.
So you could rent a 2-bedroom apartment in your building for $1,650?
Yes, sir.
And it would hit all our net zero?
I currently rent in Belgravia 2 800 square foot units for $1,750 a month, and they're geothermal solar, highly efficient.
So these buildings exist?
They do.
Already?
They're not a myth.
I think those are, I wrote this down, $12,000 versus $300,000.
Yes, that's correct.
Per year?
Per year. And I have a condo budget I could prove that on.
So what does that mean? Like $12,000 a year is the total cost to energize that building?
No, it's the cost of the gas for the building for the year, and versus the district energy system, which is the equivalent to my gas cost.
So you're using a gas heat source in the building you're talking about?
In Belgravia, where we built, we had to, because of the parkade ramp, we had to put a small boiler in for certain aspects to that building, and I used the boiler for domestic hot water as well, so that we fed 70 residents with domestic hot water off natural gas, because it is the most efficient.
But you could do all of that off of a ground source heat pump?
Sure can.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Thank you. Just to Mr. Barges, you said something, I was just curious if I can better understand. I think you used the energy transit service room as an example, that you would rather, every building you build will have to have one of those room in there. Is that sort of a micro version of the energy center?
Basically, it's an energy transfer center that connects the district energy system into our building.
Okay.
And it also includes backup boilers and other components that the city will own and operate.
And you just want to be able to manage it yourself rather than
correct.
Turn it over to the city to manage. It's part of the bigger system.
Yeah, we have to manage those systems already in our building and pay for it. And I just feel it odd that we would then have the city have to have access in a separate building or a separate part of our building and then have to maintain and manage it themselves.
Right. And if there are many different builders building different buildings like the ones that you're doing, and they each have one of these that they each manage separately, connected into the central district energy system. Is that like sort of a common model you've seen elsewhere? Is that like sort of an efficient model?
It's not a common model that I've seen elsewhere, but it is a model that allows the district energy system to regulate how you utilize the energy. I think there's a fear that some builders might have their backup boiler system and utilize that boiler system more than the district energy system. But there are a number of ways in which you can mediate that risk through just controlled mechanisms.
Okay, cool. I was curious about that when you mentioned it. And then just to Mr. Clark, you said that you would be able, so with those recommendations that you're saying, I guess the vision of Blatchford could come to life without any additional infusion.
I totally agree with that statement, yes, because as I stated before, if we're allowed to install our own geo-exchange systems within our buildings and keep building, then we have the ability to build without waiting for the city's system to catch up. And I could build tomorrow with no restrictions. And it is the biggest single restriction right now, not being able to put our own systems in.
And do you build your own piping system too?
Yes, we do. We build, we use drillers for doing the drilling because you have to by like regulation rules and so on. So your drillers drill that, and then our mechanical firm ties it all together and brings it in the building and ties it to the heat pumps, and it's just piping. It's literally 1 inch, 2 inch lines throughout
So
the
you don't
building.
need to wait for the land to be fully serviced with those piping network?
All I need is water, sewer.
Okay, interesting. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at you, but I'm going to talk. Councillor Stevens, sorry.
Thank you. We can do nonverbal chairing. That works. No, thank you. Thank you all so much for your presentation this afternoon. Really appreciate the insights. So, I just want to make sure that I'm fully understanding. So, my understanding was that the bylaw does allow folks to not tie into the district energy system if they're achieving net zero. Is that true, or what are the gaps there?
Not that I was aware of. I asked originally to put my own systems in, and I was told I can't. I was told I have to hook up to it. And forgive me, I'm not exactly, I'll let Thomas answer on the regulation side, but as a builder, I was told I had to hook up and that I was not allowed to go standalone.
Because I think we have eight units right now that are being constructed that are not hooked into the district energy system, but.
You're correct, Councillor. If you go net zero, you can do so. The types of projects that Mr. Clark and I are speaking to, though, are multifamily, 6-story, buildings, and the energy intensity on those buildings. There's not enough roof space or wall space to achieve a net zero impact with solar panels on the roof. There are other technologies that you might be able to achieve so, but it is a little bit restrictive, right? And so on a multifamily project, to achieve a net zero performance will not be available because A, we're reducing the amount of gas that a conventional building would be utilizing, replacing it with electricity, albeit at a much higher efficiency rating. You still don't have enough rooftop to put enough solar up there, right?
Okay, but talk me through the technologies. So if you have a single site for a 6-story unit, you're able to drill your own boreholes, have geothermal. At that point, do you hit net zero?
We can never hit net zero. In multifamily, to Mr. Barr's point, there's too much wall, like you have just too much heat loss. So what we do is we try to mitigate that to the best we can. So we do extra insulation, triple glazed windows, and that reduces your mechanical load. But it's impossible on a multifamily to hit net zero. Now, I use the term zero emission because net zero would be a financial term that people use to say that as much energy is produced is paid for. And if you take away the financial implications of that term, there is no building on the planet that is actually net zero. And even in Edmonton, I would say if you add the water bill, as we discussed earlier today, and that stormwater charge, you're not net zero ever. And so I would say it's a false thing to put into a zoning bylaw that says if you hit net zero, because net zero is a financial term to myself. As a company, we can build zero emission, which means we use electric hot water tanks and geothermal heat pumps and that sort of thing, so we don't emit any CO2 from our site, but it's impossible to hit the net zero term.
Okay, so it could be too that the refinement is in the bylaw, like the current exemption that exists, that's feasible for a row house, but not for the multifamily. So
it's the energy density problem that you have there. There's a number of other programs that exist nationwide, even one through the FCM, where they target energy intensity per meter squared on an annualized basis. And so you could achieve, say, a 60 kilowatt hour per meter squared rating, and that might be one of the recommendations that I put forward earlier, that maybe changes some of those frameworks, that allows us to be more creative with our own energy footprint.
Yeah, and sorry, I just want to jump in because my time is limited, but I think I'm also hearing that there is still value to you in being connected because you can potentially sell back.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
The one comment I just want to point out is Niche on every one of its projects in the last 5 years has exceeded the current energy code, including this May addition, by like 40 to 65%. So as a leader in the industry, you know, I appreciate a single family home with passive house and a few things. You could get to a full zero emission at that level. But Blatchford wants to have a lot of density, and there's no way in a multifamily building with main floor commercial that you will ever get to net zero.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Just wanted to test your awareness as well. We did get some funding through our Housing Accelerator Fund, which is looking to help defray some of the hookup costs. You are aware of that opportunity. Great. And then, sorry, I did have one other. It's escaped me. No, thank you for those insights. I think we can follow up with administration with some of that. Oh yeah, that was just when were you provided the information? Like when did you first approach Blatchford?
I was one of the original applicants as a builder back in 2017.
2017,
yeah,
okay.
I had to put in, so I was approved back then. And then I started this project with these other gentlemen and then backed out of it 2 years ago and before it got past the land purchase agreement because I couldn't get past the DES.
Okay, that's great. And I think that's a good opportunity for us to speak to our team about maybe what evolution there has been in the past 2 years. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to go back to Mr. Barb on a couple of things. So on a shared utility basis, then if we adopted that philosophy, then tying into some of our neighbors. So you talked about cooling heavy buildings like Kingsway Mall or the Superstore, that kind of a thing. How hard is that? Is that particularly difficult to hook in those buildings?
I don't think it's very difficult. There is obviously a retrofit that is required to their heating system. They're direct gas fired. They might have cooling towers, and so there might be a requirement to change the distribution system within their building. But aside from that, retrofit, which you might be able to find plenty of federal grants for, or even provincial grants for. The only other additional thing is to directionally drill some piping from your system to their system. And if we can directionally drill natural gas to a property, you can directionally drill high density polyethylene, which is the same pipe, to that building.
How big a pipe are we talking? Like a 4-inch diameter?
It depends on the heating loads, but you could range anywhere from 1 inch to 4 inch, again, based on the parameter of the types of buildings.
But not 24 or 30 inch, like just in people's minds. When you talk about directional
1
drilling.
to 4 inch, two of them, and you're fine, you're good to go.
So this is analogous to what they do when they install a new set of traffic lights and without tearing up the asphalt.
Yeah, and they do that with natural gas or even new fiber optics to any of the new homes or even the existing infrastructure.
Okay, so then let me ask you this then. We could perhaps share the utility with Nate. Nate's got a centralized heating system, as I understand it, yeah?
Correct, yes.
Yeah.
And they also have cooling towers that come off of their ice rink in which just vent to atmosphere.
Right, so they're pounding a lot of cooling to atmosphere.
Correct.
And we're putting in backup gas generators to create heat.
Correct.
So a shared system would maybe eliminate that.
Absolutely.
So now this is an ambient system, the current system, the Blatchford system, right? It's operating, not at a very high temperature. I'm not going to guess. You would know better than I.
5 to 15 degrees centigrade.
5 to 15, but the boiler heat runs at about 140 centigrade that generates the steam on the Nate plant.
Correct.
So what happens there?
You'd create a tertiary loop in which you would take residual heat, lower the GPM or the flow rates, in which you could then access that energy at a more ambient, appropriate temperature.
Analogous to putting a transformer on an electrical grid.
Correct.
If we were to build out a number of properties at one of the north corners, in the way that Mr. Clark has implied, could that be a pseudo utility across all of Blatchford? Like, could all of those pieces add up together, become effectively a utility?
They could join into the same utility, yes.
They could link together.
Like a cooperative in a sense.
In a way, right? And
Yes.
so where you're crossing the property line, you're contributing assets that become part of the utility, and anything on your side of the property line is yours to
Yep.
do.
You may have to write a few easements, but those are pretty standard.
And some sort of agreement that, depending which way the heat's running, that's which way the meter is running.
Correct.
So you heard earlier that, we have this $93 million hole in our utility finances, of which there's roughly, I'm going to say $65 million. I could be off a little bit, because there's potentially a grant in the wind that we're not exactly sure of yet, but we're getting good noises. Could we not have to spend that money? Could we effectively get that amount in contributed assets by allowing people to go and build net zero emission buildings elsewhere in Blatchford and tie into the system?
Depending on what those funds are necessary for, if they're just meant for operational costs on the existing infrastructure, I do not believe that would be the case, but I'd have to research or look into what those costs are actually being associated to. But to your point, can you reduce the need to expand the system further by incorporating other, let's call it, adjacent properties into the system? Yes, I think you can reduce the need to expand that system by incorporating other systems into it.
Would we still need the energy centers? There's, I think, 4 more? No?
You could reduce the need for them.
Yeah.
Especially if buildings are going to become more energy independent on their own and then still just tie into the horizontal system and the distribution system.
So we could check all of the boxes on the Blatchford goals on the entire system, but effectively stop building the utility where it is and build it out in a different way and ultimately get to the same place.
Yes.
But faster.
It's possible, yes.
Great, thank you. Any further questions for our guests? Councillor Stevenson.
Well, maybe just on that, I mean, my assumption, I think you've alluded to the fact before that you are, particularly expert in this field. This is something that you have years of experience on. My assumption would be that other home builders who are maybe used to more conventional building may not want to take on their own energy system on site. They may just prefer being able to plug and play in the utility. Some thoughts?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's where I think the versatility of having a balanced approach to, some of Mr. Clark's points of view of, drilling their own systems, but then still having that district energy system tied, have availability to it. Having those horizontal pipes in which those builders can tie into is still very appropriate and still very manageable.
Yeah,
right?
but I would assume that would require some energy centers, no?
It all depends on the balance of energy.
My comment to that about builders, and I've talked to several who've never done geothermal before. Yes, that fear of the unknown is there. But the one thing to the city, sure, you could have people just say, if you don't want to drill your own, hook up to the district energy. But the big part of the regulations that are costing the money is that energy room, the boilers, the backup systems. Like, if you put a boiler in today, you don't put a backup in. Mm-hmm. So why would you put a backup into a heat pump? A heat pump works just the same. So forcing developers into having all this other stuff, and I'll be fair, it gives the city a disservice because everyone's like, why do I need a backup? Does your energy not work? If your energy works, why would you need a backup? So you kind of create your own fear of the system not working by forcing that issue. So to developers who aren't, as experienced as we are in the geothermal world, that's fine. I agree they could put the district energy in, but I would advise the city remove the backup need, remove the other needs from it, because again, it's about balancing your system and making it economically viable for everybody. And if a builder doesn't want to put a system in and pay more money, hey, I wouldn't say no to it either, but I would say don't put those backups in, don't put the energy rooms in, all that's what's costing the money.
Yeah, no, I think that's a fair point, just in terms of still opportunities to potentially streamline. And again, I think we just need to get some updates on where things stand now.
Can I add one more thing? It also depends on your energy mix, right? Having balanced heating and cooling dominant buildings within a shared energy system is critical. Now, not to say that you may not need additional infrastructure. That may not be the case. You could have reduced infrastructure because you still need the horizontal piping that will connect all these systems together. But one of the biggest things is you drilled 844 ground loops at 494 feet deep underneath that pond. What we're saying is you could reduce the need to have to drill additional wells. You could utilize the balance of energy from multiple different sources within the community and the surrounding communities to balance that equation out.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think that's all the questions we have for our speakers. So very much appreciate you hanging around today to speak with us, and particularly for staying in person. Appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Dodge. Appreciate your participation as well. We'll now have administration come back down, and we'll go to questions of administration. Okay, I guess I'm going to go first. Thank you then for your presentation. I just want to pick up on a few of the comments you made, first of all, in your presentation. So I believe that you said, Mr. Felsky, that the sewer heat exchangers, the analysis is showing that that's going to provide less heat than originally anticipated. Is that fair?
That's correct. It's a slightly decrease in heat load. This is a result of some sewer diversion activity EPCOR is doing on the north side of the city.
Heat load or heat capacity?
The sewer capacity, sewer flow.
Sewer flow. Oh, I see. Okay. What's our level of commitment on that project? Have we committed the full construction cost, or are we just right now at the design level?
We're at the conceptual design level right now. The commitment I leave to the finance.
Just the design level. That's all we've committed to. Yeah. I'm not worried about the dollars necessarily, but that's what we've committed to. I might have a question about that. Okay. I'll come back to that. So not a lot has changed then on the financial model. So right now today we're talking about the need for a $93 million injection into the utility.
I'm going to let Stephen talk about this, but I think we have a potential grant which reduces the amount.
Reduces that to roughly 65 million?
69 million.
69 million, sorry. And we need to make that injection by 2028.
Pretty much most of it, yes. Have it secured.
Now, it's 2024, so in 4 years do we need to identify the source, or we actually have to transfer cash into the utility?
It would be the source and get a commitment to have the funding in place when we actually build the assets.
So it's a commitment, not necessarily cash flow.
Correct.
And without that, what are the implications?
So we'd have to remodel. We'd have to remodel it again if that was the case, but it would push full sustainability out past the 50-year model.
Full sustainability out past 50 years?
Yes.
Starting in like 50 years from now, or 50 years from when the utility began?
So the model currently runs from 2017 to 2066.
Okay.
So right now, that's the window that the model exists in. If it was to push out past that, we'd have to extend the model further to see what the impacts would be.
Okay, and you mentioned in your presentation land development by 2040. Am I correct in my understanding that the flow of development follows the flow of development of the utility? Like buildings can't be built unless the utility is there first, yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Utility has to be there before development is there.
Right, and so we've got an area of development that is either planned or developed at some stage of ready for buildings, and the utility is present in that space.
Yes, that's correct.
Do we need, or is the intent that fills up before we add more pieces to the utility?
Not necessarily. If your question goes towards connecting buildings which are outside of the current service area, they could be integrated alongside with it.
So I don't know what the circumstances would be, but we could go build another piece to the north. We could go build the next energy center, put in the pipes, what have you, to then allow that land to be developed so that then buildings could connect to the utility.
Obviously, we need to look at every single scenario there, but potentially, yes.
But we're very economically restrained, very financially restrained right now. So, I mean, it's technically possible, but is it pragmatically possible?
That's a consideration we would have to make, yes.
If we limited the utility to what it services today, what changes in the financial model?
So we'd have to look at it in greater detail, but likely you would limit the amount of customers you would have, and that would limit the amount of revenue you can generate based on that.
It would limit, but would it also do away with the need for further cash infusions?
Potentially, we'd have to do more analysis to figure out, based on whatever the zone that it's restricted to, how the current energy center's system load that it supplies relates to that, to see how much more would have to get built.
I'll stop there. Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you very much. Just wanted to pick up on some of the themes we heard from our public speakers. So this idea around a shared utility. Is that something that the utility is open to exploring? Is it something that you've looked at in the past, or what are the implications of that?
So the short answer is yes. The devil is obviously in the detail in terms of like how would this work from a utility perspective, from a regulation perspective, from the rate perspective. So there's a lot of questions I think we need to look at, or we can look at, before coming back with the results of that.
Okay, and you would just need some direction in terms of going away to do that analysis?
Yes.
Okay. Wanted to understand, so maybe as part of that, again, this is maybe one of those details, but this idea of sort of us owning the utility rooms in the buildings versus them being owned by the building owners, the heat exchange rooms?
Okay, so the decision, I believe what you were asking, Councillor, is the decision for the utility to own and operate the energy transfer stations. Mm-hmm. That was very thoughtfully made at the beginning, and it was a recommendation by our technical consultants, which have seen some district energy systems failing without the proper design and the operational experience, in particular that room. It's something we already discussed internally for a long time, and I think what was suggested here to switch that, and that's something we can entertain for sure. It was just initially contemplated and looked at to ensure that the district energy system is properly built out and that there's no operational issues in the early years.
Yeah, fair enough. And just wanted to follow up on the requirement for the backup systems. Is that still a requirement? Have we considered removing that requirement based on, again, these are all emerging technologies, but as they become more established?
Yeah, very similar answer. Yes, we have initiated them initially, but we're obviously looking at the right way and the right timing to loosen them up, for sure.
Okay. And it seems like the utility is already doing that work to minimize our capital costs. So going from the 6 to 4 energy centers, that's very exciting. Great to hear that ongoing refinement is happening. I just want to go back to this question of the utility being a constraining factor. So let's say someone put an unsolicited proposal in to purchase some lands that are currently, if we could call it leapfrogging the phases, so a bit beyond the current phases for sale. Is the utility a constraining factor in that sense?
So far we have connected 100% of the builders who wanted to be connected. It's obviously a journey with this kind of like new systems and the new connections. We realize wasn't easy from the start. I think we've made some significant progress with builders on the fee simple townhomes front, as you saw. And the next opportunity is the multi-unit builder. So we're working with some of them. Some of the speakers today are part of that to work through those, and we believe we're going to get there.
Great. And just in terms of, again, sort of that notion that it's constraining which lands can be made available for development, if there was strong interest, can,
I don't think it's restrained the development in the land, no.
okay, okay, so it can keep pace with the demand that's out there. Great. Really appreciate the work around connecting with some of the buildings outside of the Blatchford boundary. I did notice that I think Kingsway Mall was brought up as an example, and that's not currently contemplated. Just wondering if there's a reason for discounting that. Also, the Nate buildings I'm not seeing noted here.
So we did some evaluation, and one of the constraints we in this study we evaluated was the distance to the distribution piping, and so there were some constraints considered by that. Everything is feasible, but there's also a limit in terms of like obviously the piping and what can be connected and what not. We can always look at every single opportunity again. Nate was specifically excluded because at the time we had some plans with Nate to study the potential expansion of the utility into Nate, but that has not materialized yet.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jens.
Yeah, I'm trying to summarize. Okay, so I think we heard a really interesting conversation. I heard Min saying we're open to that conversation and we'll take it back. And then I hear my colleagues saying they have potentially some direction on that. So I'm just trying to make sure what else may be asked here. I guess what I'm still trying to figure out, there were some other comments about architectural controls, etc. Those are not germane to this conversation. That's not related to the utility. Am I correct there? No, I'm seeing.
That is correct. It's separate from that.
So
I might interject. There was a conversation about a building could be built and there would be no other hesitations. So through that context, you could ask a bit about that if you're willing to answer, Mr. Lumsden, just on the architectural controls.
If you want a chance to respond there.
To the architecture, his opinion on the architectural controls? I don't know, what's the question?
I guess, so I have a list of all the points brought up and trying to tick through, and I guess there were comments about architectural controls, but I'm just trying to make sure, like, none of those architectural controls are germane to the functioning of the utility. Correct. It's not like the architectural control requires you to have like a hot water heating unit in this sun-facing X.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So I guess maybe, was there any other response to the speakers that the administration wanted to comment on today about or is it just too premature to have a conversation about the feasibility of right-sizing or upsizing or networking the utility?
I think in general terms, Councillor Jans, we're always interested to speak with those builders who do these projects in the city and have done them successfully. We're obviously always looking to learn and to improve. It just needs to follow under the overall, I think, the utility principles which I outlined earlier.
Yeah, and there's certainly some things that we're in bound contract for, like we are at utility committee, but then there's other things that are under administration's discretion. Like Blatchford is kind of like a DC, but like what I'm trying to understand as a new councillor who wasn't here at the setup, how much of this is in your direction or discretion that you could go and take and run with and make those decisions and it doesn't require additional direction of council? Like how much of the restriction is top down where you're saying, I'm sorry, I'd love to do your widget, but I can't because council has said no? Like how much nimbleness do you have, if that is that?
So council, I think at the onset of putting the utility in place has always looked or has always asked to look at emerging technologies, emerging ways to do things and maybe do them better and more economically. So that's a pretty broad sort of like statement. It can involve many different things, but I think we're always questioning ourselves and always trying to improve in the matter of continuous improvement.
So if a building did want to come in and say we're not going to plug into the utility, that's a bridge too far.
I think we would need to look at this not only from a perspective from one builder, but also for the full community and the full utility. Councillor
Okay.
Trent.
And if somebody came in and said, we want to do some other new technology around heat pumps or something, is that something that you have discretion to sign off on as it is?
I think we would certainly evaluate it and looking at how we can integrate it into our operating and our financial energy model.
And I would add too, I think, you know, I know you've heard both sides of where there's some things we can explore, but if we're really going to take a step back and look in, I think we'd appreciate some direction because it will take resource, time, maybe even some dollars and maybe it is an appropriate time with the technology moving. So that's where I think I would appreciate some guidance from council and some direction to look at that holistically, as
Fair
Mr.
enough.
Felski has said.
Maybe one other question. So we've had some really good Blatchford reports recently that have shown a lot of movement and upward momentum, trajectory, sales, etc. I realize we heard a couple of folks today saying that this is a barrier, but in your engagements, are you facing other barriers? Is this common or one-off?
I would suggest it's different, so people have to think about it before they sign up, but as you alluded to, we've had great success recently, one being with Mr. Barr's company to buy one of the parcels. So,
And I know we're over time, sorry, but I would say that this is an exploration of an and on top of, not an either or. So I think we'd really want to look at how they integrate together.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Thank you very much. And if you can just remind me, last year when you presented the progress report on the development at Blatchford, is that a motion-driven thing or is that something you do every year?
it's something we do every year.
So we should be expecting one this year.
Yeah, in October, yeah.
Perfect, thank you. Excellent. I was wondering, Councillor Stevenson earlier in the Q&A also talked about, currently we already have some buildings that are not connected into the district energy system. Can you just explain that a bit for my?
So we provide an exemption to the connection to the district energy utility if the builder can stay to us and demonstrate that he can build to a net zero carbon standard.
Right. And so for those who feel that connecting into the district energy system is too onerous, if they can demonstrate these other elements, they can certainly have that exemption.
That is true, yes.
Yeah, okay, thanks for that. And then Mr. Clark earlier also talked about, if we do some of the things that the speakers are recommending, like allowing them to drill their own, what was the term? Bore holes. Then there will be no need for a cash injection. I was wondering, can I get some perspective from you? Is that a thing? Is that doable? Is that a thing?
So it's certainly, I couldn't give you a precise answer to it, but we do have energy generation capacity and a need for the Blatchford development as we think it's going to develop out. And we need generation capacity to satisfy that need as a utility. So while it can be reduced by a building or maybe all the buildings, there's likely some extra generation capacity which will need to be provided. So the devil is in the detail. We need to look at it, what this would entail. There's certainly an amount of reduction. It was talked about the reduction of energy centers. That's a possibility, but we would need to evaluate this very, very carefully on what the percentage of uptake is, how many builders building these ways, and what are some of the requirements around this if it's really a truly shared utility systems like suggested.
And certainly you've heard from the speakers today that everyone can agree that we can kind of accelerate, we can build out the utility without jeopardizing the overall kind of the climate goals of this project. Is that what you heard too?
I think that's our goal, yes.
Yeah. Just I guess to Councillor Janus's point earlier about engagement, would you be able to kind of follow up and in your sort of diving into some of this, looking into those options?
Absolutely.
If you get that direction.
Yeah, absolutely. We would, and we do with the builders who are coming to us, and we go walk them through. We provide some I think a lot of more help than in the traditional way, because we're realizing it can be a challenge, and we working with any builder who wants to come through to help them answer the question and come to the right solution.
I guess also builders who have left to kind of understand.
Yeah, absolutely. I would love the
like-
opportunity to rediscuss what was said here before.
I was kind of curious about the annual report, the risk profile section, the risk identification on page 19 and 20. The last one, for example, on the political regulatory front, you didn't actually rate that super high. I just thought that was interesting because, a while ago we have gotten quite a bit of correspondence from various existing builders who actually talked about political discussions that also have impact on investor confidence, in Blatchford. And I think we certainly saw that play out in public. But I noted that it's not, mentioned, and wanted to give you a chance to.
So we heard the same as well. I mean, and we're reading the news as well. So we're happy to take this into consideration and maybe give that a different rating for us. But it's also the opportunity we are aware of these changes, and we come back to utility committee at least twice a year. We have to, and to bring these things up, how we think they're going to impact us.
Mm-hmm. Great, thank you very much.
Great, thank you. So I've shared a motion with the clerk that I would like to put on the floor. And I've got just a couple of more questions to ask. And so my motion is as follows: that administration provide a report that considers options while maintaining council's current net zero emission goals to A, accelerate utility development to different areas of the Blatchford lands and to integrate a shared supply utility approach. B, reduce the scope of the utility to its current geographical area. And C, integrate a change of operating philosophy from supply only to shared utility. So I'll just introduce this very briefly. I think we have a couple of options here. One is, steady as she goes, which we don't need a report on necessarily. Another is to cut it off in its current geographical location. And the third is to bring on partnerships in a shared utility model to see if we can't expand it and expand it more quickly. And even if that meant a bit of a patchwork thing, that ultimately we end up with a utility that we can work with and manage. And I understand there's some analysis there, so I'd like to dig into that. A couple of questions. From a development perspective, and only because we heard from one of our speakers say that they could go and do stuff right now if there wasn't this tie to the utility thing, does that ring true with administration, that you could go to some other part and there's availability of water, sewer, sanitary, and storm, and electrical connectivity that's reasonably available in the, say, the farther north spaces of Blatchford?
I would say no. We started where we started for access to existing utilities, and then it builds out similar to suburbs where you don't want to do leapfrogging past one stage to the next. So we could put pipes, but it would be effort to get pipes to that area. So in addition to the district energy pipes, you also need, like you said, water, sewer, power, gas. Gas has to go whether they want it or not.
Like, I get you don't want to do that on a leapfrog basis on a greenfield development where you're kind of, starting at the developed space and progressing, linearly, if you will. But this site is surrounded by those very utilities, in adjacent communities. So, is it, maybe we haven't examined it, but all of those utilities are pretty available at the other corners of the site, are they not?
Yeah, I would suggest there's probably capacity issues with the utilities, if there are any, in like 121 Street or 106th Street. That's why we're bringing it all to the south part, to where the sewer heat exchange is going to be.
So it would take review, and there would be some cost to do the servicing regardless. It's just having to explore what that looks like.
How to tie it would take a study. So I don't mention that in my motion today because I think we should examine this is a utility meeting first of all, and I want to examine the potential changes in philosophy of the utility, and if there is some opportunity there, well, then we can talk about the other development challenges. Is that a fair approach? would you say?
Yes, I'd say it is. Yeah, I can leave it there for now. I think I would suggest a few wording tweaks, but when it's time, I'll do that. I'll let you do.
Sure, yeah, I mean, happy to take your wording tweaks, and I expect most of them are friendly. I expect administration is not particularly excited about cutting it off at this point and leaving it just to the geographical area it serves. But I do think that there's an option to be explored there because of the financial constraints that we're under. That's all I'll say for the moment.
And that would be the extent of my suggested wording tweaks, is rather than just pre-conclude an outcome, explore and evaluate.
Sorry.
That type of nature.
Fair enough. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Walden. That's it for me. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thanks so much. So just on part 2 for reducing the scope of the utility to the current geographic area, just to administration, if this report is coming back in considering the options, would that include consideration of, I guess, the longer term financial implications for the health and sustainability of the utility itself? Like how deep would we be getting into that type of analysis? Is that fair to include?
Yes, I'd say that's fair.
Okay, that's great. That was my only real question. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. I think your introduction clarified, because when I was first seeing this, it felt that they were potentially contradictory, but you were wanting 3 options to be explored, A, B, and C?
So, yeah, why don't we tweak that right now? So, the report, the motion essentially says, provide a report that considers options to accelerate, options to reduce, and effectively notwithstanding those 2 options to change the philosophy to a shared utility. So it's not the most elegant wording, but the idea is options, not presupposing outcomes.
Yeah, so I think maybe the wording I heard from administration was the administration provide a report that evaluates and assesses
or explores
yeah, different approaches such as ABC.
Yeah, that was my theme. We're all supportive of exploring, just don't want to infer a pre-concluded outcome before we explore. That was the intent.
Yeah, and I think it's just something about the to achieve this. I think it's but
fair enough. Yeah.
I think that wording is updated. I mean, just with option B, maybe I'll ask the mover this as well. I wasn't hearing that from our speakers. I think I heard from our speakers that there was still a desire to have a connected network throughout the whole neighborhood and even beyond the neighborhood. So just wondering what the specific thought is around that, again, recognizing it also has implications for the long-term financial sustainability of the utility.
Well, that's the question. So I'm sorry. That's the question, is if we were to explore limiting it to the current geographical area, what would be the implications? I mean, one implication might be the financial sustainability, but let's get some perspective on that. Right now, the financial sustainability depends on a further not quite $70 million of injection. Maybe if we cut it off now, the injection is smaller, albeit the service area is smaller. Let's talk about that.
And maybe to administration, So I appreciate that the motion speaks to maintaining our current net zero emission goals. I feel that district energy is a separate goal itself, if that's fair. That having a connected network, having a connected neighborhood. Anyway, I'm struggling to say, do you feel that would undermine the vision, the goals, the overall objective, to evaluate that as an option?
I would certainly say that it undermines the current plans for district energy in Blatchford, because we're focusing on the larger service area of the community with the ability to even go beyond that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I just wonder the impact that has on some of the conversations you're having, again, with surrounding neighborhoods, like preparing a next phase of land.
Yeah, so in most of the discussions we have also on other projects, I think the ability to have a district energy sharing network is one of the backbones of getting to net zero, right? While there are other ways to get there, there are I think the speakers mentioned that as well, the most efficient ways to do that. And so if I look at it from a community approach, that's what would be my statement from the building perspective. I think we're very much advanced, like the speakers said, but we also need to look at this from a full community perspective.
Really, and I'll leave you your time, but we really want to explore and look at those implications, make sure that's all out there before we would even consider the scale of or a deviation from. And it's that commitment to where we're currently going and trending as well. So I think that's part of what I'd like to myself see us at least infuse into here to make sure it is that intent so we can bring that back.
And what would be the timeline on this report?
So that's a lot of work. I would probably looking back in Q2 of next year.
Of next year. And so again, what does that mean for planning the future phases? If we're not clear if they're going to have district energy, what does that do for land sales?
Well, I think for reinforcement too on all of this, we would not deviate from any plans. We would progress, bring the right things here that we need if we build momentum when we're getting uptake. Like I don't think this should give any signal that we're slowing down or not trying to achieve everything we're doing. This, when we can get this back after our review, would just give further information of how we further evolve.
Okay, I might come back for a few more, but appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chance.
Thank you. If I can ask Mr. Beckett, so just coming back to the utility lens that we're here, is it appropriate? May I ask you your thoughts on the motion or how to consider this from the sustainability of the project?
Well, I think everybody's in agreement that we'd like to see the development proceed and be as efficient as possible and as economic as possible. You'll recall a previous situation where multi-resident unit owners wanted to bypass waste management costs, and that required a very significant study to get to the bottom of it. What you're suggesting right now is along the same lines as that significant study. It has to make sure that there's no harm to existing customers, that the project, that the overall development remains viable, but that the interests of individual developers can be met, and that's just, somebody has to do the work.
So the part that gives me angst is number 2, is B. Like I think the whole idea of like we have an electric grid and then we add solar and people can plug in and out, that we've adapted, we figured that out. We have a geogrid, we want to allow people to plug in and out. It sounds like we could figure some of that out. The shared utility piece, knowing that we'd be building ways for people to plug and play seems good. What I'm worried about is if we restrict the scope of the utility, are we kind of fouling current players who are anticipated? Like, are we overly burdened? Like, if we do a full build out and now we're just strapping it to the current players instead of the future, like if the future players are somehow, if they were expected to be on board to help contribute to the costs and now they're not, maybe the current players wouldn't have been signing into play too.
But that's exactly the kind of question that I would expect an analysis of this nature to address.
Is it common, is the going from supply utility to shared utility, is this a common conversation?
Well, I've never heard of it before, but I can understand the concept. I'm just a little bit concerned that it'll lead to bypass, which means that you cherry pick the economic opportunities and leave the regulated customers to pick up the slack. So that's the sort of thing that you have to look for.
So bypass would be harm for sure. What about if it's something like we add in Kingsway or Nate or something else that's like an additional player into the utility? It's not bypass but supplement. That's contemplated, right?
Yep, and I don't anticipate any regulatory difficulties in how you would handle that. It's just a question of appropriately allocating the costs and making sure that the revenue matches the costs that are being incurred.
Right. So if we're, and maybe it's not the right measurement, but like, you know, we have 100 units of energy in Blatchford. If we're going to allow 25 to kind of share utility or whatever, and we're still going to be adding 25 from neighbors or something, the net is still 100. It doesn't change the first player in. Is that, am I thinking about that properly?
Well, you have to think about the pricing model, that 25 units that you're talking about exporting, if I can use that term. If it's priced properly, your existing customers will be indifferent.
So is there some language we need to make to this motion to take into account the bypass factor, or would you see that's intuitive in here?
I think it's implicit that administration in doing this study will be very concerned about ensuring that there's no ill effects from bypass.
Okay.
It would be irresponsible for them not to do that.
Oh, for sure. Okay, so that's explicit. That's implicit in it. Thank you. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thanks. Sorry, I just want to still pick on point B of this motion. I'm fairly uncomfortable with it, as I think it really changes direction quite significantly in terms of not having district energy. I mean, that's effectively what this does. Even if we meet net zero emissions, we don't have district energy to do that. Well, maybe I'll just be simple and just put a motion to remove B. You know, I will make that as an official motion to delete B from what's in front of us, and just introduce it really briefly. I really appreciate the rest of the motion. I think that you know, continuing to look at how we evolve the utility, how it can be more adaptable and flexible is very exciting. But for me, the question of whether the utility exists and grows is not in question. I want to see it continue to grow and understand how, again, how we can maximize that moving forward. So I'll put that on the table. I'm a bit confused now if I can go to keep asking some other questions.
Go ahead and ask some other questions. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Just,
or what, we can deal with this. I'll come back.
No, it's okay.
My other questions are quite
Yeah, go for it. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yep.
This was a question to Mr. Beckett as well. So just in terms of the debt ratio, they're sort of forecasting about, I think, 50 years before gaining that ratio. Is that typical for a utility starting up, that timeline?
For a municipal utility where debt is cheaper than sorry, I've got this backwards. For a utility like EPCOR, equity financing is more expensive than debt financing. But for a municipal utility, the equity financing can be less expensive than debt financing. So you have to, I can't answer your question directly. I say those are the things you have to weigh in order to determine what's the optimum level to set the debt to equity ratio. The approach that's used with the other utilities that you regulate is to ensure that they generate enough return to be able to finance the appropriate portion of their future capital expenditures, and that's worked very well for you up until now. I wouldn't see any reason to deviate from that.
Okay, so this is following that same approach.
The pay-as-you-go approach.
Yeah. Okay, that's very helpful. I appreciate that. You know, I appreciate some of the questions around business as usual, how ratepayers, and I think if I can summarize this, and you can correct me if I'm missing it, but that homeowners or property owners in Blatchford aren't necessarily benefiting from the higher efficiency homes that they've invested in because they end up paying a comparable utility rate to others. Is that?
Yeah, that is the case. They're also not getting renewable energy for their.
They're getting renewable energy,
yep.
And they're not paying the true cost of the current utility, which would be astronomically higher or significantly higher. So And I apologize if I've missed it in the report, but what's sort of the exit strategy for business as usual? Does that start to happen around the 2029 mark where the net revenue or net income, I think, is balancing out?
Yeah, so there's probably a couple of options. There's obviously hitting a critical mass of customers, because that would help spread out the cost to the existing customer base if you brought more people on.
And do we know what that is? Like, do we have that?
So the exact number of customers, no, because it's more based on system load. But what you're going to start seeing is in 2027, 28, when the big push happens, you're going to start seeing all the arrows going up, basically, right? So that's kind of like right now there's 87 customers in Blatchford. So that number needs to get up higher in order to be able to spread that impact across.
Okay, but that is the intent, that business as usual does get phased out as that critical mass comes in, as the income statements the revenue starts to balance out.
Yeah, I would say all things being equal, the general idea is if by getting the infusion, as well as to getting a higher critical mass of customers, it helps spread all the pain across and makes it more palatable all across the board.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Those are my tangents. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm only to speak to Councillor Stevenson's amendment. Anybody else with questions? Okay, so I'll speak to the amendment just briefly. I really think this is an important part of the motion I put on the floor. This utility is very financially constrained in terms of needing a pretty massive injection into it. We've been asking around for someone to find $93 million in the seat cushions for a number of years now, and it hasn't happened, not in a meaningful way. So we might be approaching a decision point here not very long from now. And so I think some analysis that says if this is as far as the utility goes, knowing that there's all kinds of other ways to get to net zero emissions, knowing that there's evolution of innovation on a continuing basis, that constraining to utility might mean that we actually don't leverage some of that innovation. I think that would be a bit of a mistake. I don't think we should take any of these options off the board. I know it's not the desirable option, and we may still be having to inject some dollars to complete a utility that only occupies part of the space. But I think we need to examine that. I think we need all options available to us. This does not presume an outcome. This is a bit of a, we could do this, or we could do that, or we can just continue with what we're doing. But we should have all of that available to us, and I think we should have it available to us pretty soon. And quite frankly, in the midst of, a very constrained resources financially, generally at the city, I think we need to look at this. And if we have a housing crisis on our hands, then accelerating the amount of housing available, particularly when we have a predisposition to infill, should play into that as well. So I would like to see this part remain. Doesn't mean we're doing it, just means we have information. Thank you. Councillor Briquette.
Yeah, I just want to say that I'm speaking to it, that item B on its own is something that I wouldn't want to contemplate, because I think we would get the answer pretty clearly anyway. We already know. But in conjunction with point A, and this is where at first I was like, yeah, get rid of B. But in conjunction with A, then you've got a compare-contrast situation. One is talking about extending, the other is talking about what if we don't. And that might be good information to have. As Councillor Carmel mentioned, and something that's been on my mind this entire conversation, is when all of this planning was happening, there was a certain technological situation. No one can anticipate what happens over the course of 10 years, and we won't be able to truly anticipate what's going to happen over the next 10 years. But it's probably a good idea to check in from time to time and just say, okay, let's just take a look at the what ifs for now, where we're at, and it's just sort of a check-in point. And from that perspective, I see the utility of retaining point B. I'm not sure if I'm 100% convinced yet, but I see the sense in it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jansen.
Very quickly, I support removal of B. I think A and C are additive. I worry about the additional work, the timeline, etc. I'd rather we know Blatchford's has upward momentum. We know there's a lot of trajectory happening there. To be honest, I hope this is the last conversation we have about it for the next 2 years, because I think every time we keep nitpicking it, I think we're actually undermining confidence in the whole project. And we've heard that from some developers here who have also written to us saying, where else does the city attack their own project or attack their own neighborhood? So I would rather we take B out, focus on A and C, let's look at the both and go from there.
Great, thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thanks very much. I appreciate the discussion. I think what I heard overall today from both our speakers and our administration was a desire for a continuous refinement, to incorporate innovation into the work that's happening at Blatchford. I think that is built into Blatchford's DNA. I think that's ongoing. And that's why I'm really excited with parts A and C of the motion. I think it's a great chance to evolve that. I think what I also heard though is that with those options in terms of the shared supply or shared utility, that's still contingent on having a district energy system. Whether sites are generating surplus and they need to give it back to the system, they need to be connected to that system to happen. I think particularly what we've seen at Blatchford to date is surprisingly, even though it's much denser than many other neighborhoods, it's the lowest density part of what's going to be built. What we also heard today is that the ability for higher density buildings to be self-sufficient on their own site is virtually impossible, is what I think I heard. And so again, I think that will necessitate having that connectivity in the neighborhood. Getting additional information, doing additional analysis, sometimes is not harmful or problematic. I think in this case, it does represent significant time and effort on the part of our staff, who we want to have fully focused on the build out of this very exciting project. And I think it also suggests a deviation from the vision and intent of the neighborhood. So I support this. I think it helps us do a both and rather than an either or moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Please vote on the amendment.
It's not coming up, but Councillor Salvador is yes.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried 4-2. So Part B will be deleted. That takes us back to the main motion with that amendment. Any further questions? I'm just making sure I don't lose anything in the chat. Anyone to speak? Councillor Tang.
Yeah, great, thank you. And thank you, Councillor Carmel, for putting this amended motion on the table. I do appreciate that, ultimately, it's not about changing, I think, some of the energy transition goals, but rather the pathway of getting there. I think the motion no longer has B, but I'm sure you'll refresh that. Thank you. I think just to Councillor Jance's point earlier, that's why I didn't speak to it, because I think he kind of covered what I was thinking. While getting information is always very helpful, but sometimes it does send a signal to the public. And in the last while, just with some of the correspondence, it just made me think a lot about what kind of signal do we send to the market, to the builder community, for those who do want to come on the journey. I think it shapes the confidence. And for a project that, 50-year horizon, we're in year 8, that is starting to gain that momentum, I would, I think signal at this point is actually quite critical. So that's why I did support, the previous amendment. I think, I think it's key, for me at least, it's key to maintain, anyways, I appreciate this wording around maintaining council's current net zero emission goals, but just more information on the pathway of getting there. Anyways, I know this has been a lot of work. I look forward to the October update again, and I don't know how else to say, but I'm excited to see the momentum that's building there. I support a lot of the the conversation that you are having, and I think what you just committed to today about continuously engaging with the builder community and to learn about how are some of those challenges that they're facing and how can we make it easier and how can we open more pathways is positive. So thank you administration for doing all of that work, and I look forward to this information when it comes back.
Great, thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you. Just wanted to say thank you to the mover for this motion. I think it's an exciting one. This idea of a shared utility, again, it's just another example of the work that's happening at Blatchford continuing to be very innovative and very cutting edge, and that comes with challenges. But what I hear over and over again, which is so encouraging, is the team's willingness to adapt, to be nimble, to respond to that, and to strengthen processes moving forward. So really, really excited to explore this approach. On point A, I do just want to note that I think the utility has been really prudent in growing at the pace of development. I think ensuring that we don't front load too much of the capital investment or too much of the infrastructure that may be dormant or underused is wise. And so for me, in supporting this motion, I don't mean to fundamentally shift that approach. But again, looking at opportunities where I think for me, it's mainly just continuing to look at opportunities to ensure that the utility is not the constraining factor, which to date it has not been, and I believe that it will continue to not be. And again, if there are different phasing plans where this can roll out, all the better. But again, fundamentally appreciate the prudence that the utility has shown on that. Again, exciting to see the ongoing acceleration at Blatchford, getting closer to that critical mass, 2029. That's a near horizon in terms of one of those first break-even points in terms of some of the work of the utility. So very excited to see that, and appreciate the work that continues to go into this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Sorry, I'm probably breaking protocol here. We just noticed that the timeline on it says Q4 of 2024. I think we were thinking Q2 25, just to give time.
That. Let's amend that to Q2 2025.
Thank you.
Yeah, we heard that from Mr. Felsky. So, anyone else? Okay, just very quickly to close. I guess whether we examine it now or we examine it later, I don't think a money tree's coming our way. I think we're going to have a $70 million question here in the next few years, and we need to contemplate what that looks like. And so I would have liked to have understood this better. Not sure, waiting a few years and then effectively in a crisis management kind of way, wondering what we're going to do now that we don't have the dollars that we need to continue the utility. And has the utility failed, and what does that mean? And I just think we should be looking at all contingencies here. So I think that's an error. The rest of this is good, I suppose. I think that there's opportunities here to begin to, if we can find a way to accommodate people that can build their own systems and contribute back into the utility, then perhaps this unlocks some land and we see some accelerated development. I'm not sure that those watching this conversation are going to be really excited about the developments here today, but hopefully we can see something new happen there someday soon. Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried unanimously. Now, there may be a subsequent motion, I'm not sure.
I don't think it's sort. I'll make a notice.
A notice, okay. So I think that completes all of our items today, which takes us...
Sorry, Councillor Carmel, there is a recommendation from administration for 7.5.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'll move the recommendation in 7.5. Anyone to speak? Any further conversation? No? Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display a vote. That is carried. Thank you, Chair Zhang, Clerk Zhang. I'm sorry for that. Missed that. That then takes us to notices.
Okay. Thank you very much. I will move at the next council meeting the administration prepare a report that provides an update on progress of the Blatchford development, including a full status of where the development is at for sales and development progress, and an update on the initiatives presented at the October 13th, 2023 Executive Committee meeting. It provides options that could speed up the pace of development in Blatchford, including but not limited to exploring land sale incentives to accelerate sales and home builder incentives to accelerate homes to the market, add additional land development marketing programs on the east side and Blatchford market areas focusing on land around the LRT stations, strengthen online presence to broaden exposure, and engage a private broker to expand the interests of the builder community.
Thank you. Notice is received. Any other notices of motion or motions without customary notice? Seeing none, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Hurry home, or don't.